Disturbing encounters experienced by park rangers while on duty are shared. A chilling atmosphere is created, drawing viewers into the unsettling realities of the wilderness. My name is Ranger Linda McCrae, and I've been stationed in Yosemite National Park for nearly a decade. I'm 39 years old, born and raised in Northern California, and I've spent most of my life around these mountains. Yosemite has always felt like home to me. The granite cliffs rising like cathedrals, the waterfalls thundering in spring, the quiet meadows that glow gold at dusk. I've hiked every major trail and patrolled some of the loneliest backcountry routes in the park. I thought I knew the language of this place. The whistle of wind through the pines, the crash of rockfall, the eerie chorus of coyotes at night. But nothing prepared me for the night. The forest started answering itself. It was late September, the nights already sharp with the bite of autumn. I was returning from a routine sweep of a remote campsite, the kind of assignment that usually left me tired but calm. The stars burned bright overhead. The air smelled faintly of sage and pine, and my boots crunched through a thin scatter of frost. The forest was alive with its usual night music. Crickets, owls, the faint rustle of deer moving through the brush. Then I heard the howl. It rose faint and sharp from the valley below, the long, mournful call of a wolf. My chest tightened instinctively. There aren't supposed to be wolves in Yosemite anymore. The last confirmed sighting was decades ago. Coyotes can mimic them sometimes. Their voices stretched thin across the ridges, but this sounded deeper, heavier, wilder. I froze, listening. The sound faded into the distance, echoing faintly off granite walls. My skin prickled. Then, seconds later, the exact same howl came from behind me. Not similar, not close. The exact same howl, note for note, as though someone had recorded the first one and played it back. My stomach flipped. I swung the flashlight beam over my shoulder, cutting through trunks and brush. Nothing moved. The forest stood still, too still. As the last echo faded, I forced myself to keep walking, my boots crunching too loud, every step jarring against the silence. Then the howl came again. This time from my left, then again from my right. Each one was identical to the first. Same pitch, same length, the same faint tremble at the end. It wasn't natural. Sound doesn't repeat itself like that. It was as if the forest were copying and pasting the noise, bouncing it between the trees. My breath came short, shallow. I gripped the flashlight tighter, scanning wildly. The beam caught only branches, leaves, the gleam of frost on rocks. The howls kept coming. One from ahead, one from behind. Then two at once, the same sound layered over itself, echoing from opposite directions. My chest locked. My boots pounded faster, crunching through dirt and roots as I jogged toward the trailhead. With every step, the howls grew closer. No longer drifting from the ridges or valleys. Now they came sharp and sudden, just yards away, as though the sound itself were following me, hunting me. I broke into a run, the flashlight beam jerking wildly. The truck waited at the trailhead, just a quarter mile ahead. My lungs burned, my heart hammered. The howls rose higher, faster, chasing me, repeating themselves until the forest roared with them. I burst into the clearing, breath ragged, and fumbled for my keys. The truck loomed ahead, silver in the moonlight. Relief surged. And then the final howl came. Not from the ridges, not from the trees, from inside the cab. The sound erupted from the truck itself, muffled and jagged, vibrating through the glass. My stomach dropped into ice. I stumbled back, dropping the keys into the dirt, the flashlight beam stuttering across the hood. The howl echoed again, identical, shaking the metal frame. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. Then silence. The truck sat still, ordinary in the pale light, the cab empty through the glass. But I couldn't shake the weight pressing against me, the sense that something had climbed inside. Something that wasn't going to leave. I didn't open the door. I didn't look closer. I backed away, shaking so badly my knees threatened to give. Then I turned and fled down the road, my boots hammering the gravel until the truck and the clearing vanished behind me. I never used that truck again. The next morning, I logged it as mechanical issues and transferred to a different vehicle. No one asked questions. No one would have believed me if they had. But I know what I heard. The forest copied itself that night, echoing back sounds that should never have come from where they did. And when it ran out of places to echo, it followed me into the one place I thought I was safe. The cab of my own truck. I didn't tell anyone about the howl in the truck. What was I supposed to say? That a wolf, something that shouldn't even exist in Yosemite anymore, had not only howled behind me, but had somehow climbed inside my vehicle and screamed through the glass. They'd have laughed me out of the service, or worse, sent me in for psychological evaluations. So I told no one. But silence doesn't mean forgetting. The sound haunted me for days. Every time the wind sighed through the trees, I braced for the echo. Every time a coyote yipped at night, my stomach clenched until I could tell the difference. Wolves and coyotes can sound eerily alike, but what I'd heard wasn't either. It wasn't mimicry. It was duplication. The forest hadn't answered. It had repeated. By the third night, my fear turned into something heavier, something that gnawed at me worse than dread curiosity. Fear wants you to hide. Curiosity forces you back into the dark. I needed to know if the sound had been real, if it had been captured anywhere else. So I went back. I returned to the station garage at dusk, where my truck still sat parked, unused since that night. The others were out on assignments, so the bay was empty, the air smelling of oil and rubber. My boots echoed too loudly against the concrete as I approached. The cab looked ordinary. Dust on the dash, a jacket still folded on the seat. But my hands trembled as I opened the door, half expecting something to leap out at me. Nothing did. The cab was empty, silent. I slid inside, breath shallow, and set my recorder on the passenger seat. The little red light blinked as it started to capture. I sat in the silence for an hour, forcing myself to listen, every nerve taut. Nothing came. No howl, no echo, not even the creak of settling metal. I exhaled finally, almost disappointed. Maybe I'd been wrong. Maybe exhaustion and fear had twisted ordinary sound into something impossible. I turned off the recorder, shoved it into my pack, and left. But when I played it back that night in my cabin, my blood ran cold. For the first 40 minutes, nothing, just the hum of the garage and the occasional creak of the truck frame. But then, faint and sharp, came the sound. A howl. Long, mournful, wolf-like. Exactly the same as before. The problem was, I hadn't heard it while sitting there. It hadn't echoed in my ears. It had only existed on the recording. The howl came again on the tape, then again, repeating itself at random intervals. Each time it was identical to the first, no variation, no natural shift. Like someone pressing play on the same sound file, over and over. My breath came ragged as I listened. Then, at the 52-minute mark, the howl changed. It didn't shift pitch or length. It gained something else, a layer beneath it. A second sound. My name. Linda. The howl carried it. Warped and drawn out, hidden beneath the mournful cry. But it was there, unmistakable. My own name, folded into the sound. I snapped the recorder off, bile rising in my throat. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the kitchen with every light on, staring at the recorder like it might move on its own. The forest outside was silent. Too silent, and every time I closed my eyes, I imagined the howl echoing inside my cabin walls, bouncing closer and closer, until it came from right behind me. The next day, I should have locked the recorder away, maybe even destroyed it. Instead, I carried it with me like proof. Like maybe if I had it, I wasn't losing my mind. But the weight of it in my pack only made me feel more watched, more followed. 2 nights later, it escalated. I was on patrol near Tuolumne Meadows, the stars sharp above, the grass silvered with frost. The air felt brittle, every sound carrying farther than it should. At first, everything was normal. An owl hooting, the faint chatter of a creek. Then came the howl, distant. From the ridge, I froze. The sound replayed itself in my mind, identical. Then came the second howl from the trees behind me. My throat locked. My flashlight beam jittered as I swung it back. Empty trunks, shadowed brush. Nothing moved. But the sound came again. To my left this time, closer, sharper. I began to run. The howls followed, echoing themselves around me, the same sound bouncing from tree to tree. My boots pounded the frozen dirt, breath tearing in my chest. The echoes stacked on top of each other, dozens at once, until the forest roared with the same cry repeated endlessly. Linda. The word threaded itself into the noise. High at first, faint, buried in the howls. Then clearer. Stronger, dozens of voices layered together, all pulling my name from the same sound. Linda, Linda, Linda. I burst into the trailhead clearing, chest heaving, sweat chilling against my skin. My truck was there, the replacement one I'd been assigned. Relief surged until I saw the cab. The interior lights glowed faintly, though the doors were shut, and pressed against the inside of the windshield, fogging the glass, were prints. Not hands, not paws. Something in between, long-fingered, sharp-tipped, smeared as though dragging down the glass. My stomach turned to stone. I backed away, shaking, the howls still echoing in the trees. Finally, I spun and fled down the road on foot, not stopping until the station lights glowed faintly against the sky. I haven't used that truck since, either. But the thing is, it doesn't seem to care what vehicle I drive. It doesn't care where I go. I've started hearing the echoes everywhere. In the radio static at the station. In the wind pushing through the cracks of my cabin walls. Sometimes faint, sometimes sharp, always the same. The howl repeating itself, carrying my name. And every time it comes, it's closer. I couldn't keep pretending it wasn't happening. The echoes were growing bolder, slipping into places they didn't belong. Radios, the garage, even the walls of my cabin. Every night I lay awake, waiting for the next howl, my nerves fraying thread by thread. By the end of the week, I understood what I had to do. If I didn't face it, it was only going to keep closing in. So one night, under a thin crescent moon, I hiked back to where it had started. The trail where the first howl had come from the valley, then duplicated itself behind me. I carried only the essentials: flashlight, sidearm, extra batteries, and the recorder. If the forest wanted to echo me, I was going to echo it back. The night was sharp and cold. Every crunch of my boots seemed too loud. The silence pressed closer the farther I went, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. My throat felt dry, my chest heavy, but I forced myself onward, deeper into the dark. Halfway up the ridge it came. The howl. Distant at first, drifting from the valley below, long and mournful. My blood ran cold. Then it repeated, directly behind me. I spun, flashlight beam slicing across trunks and brush. Nothing, only shadows. The howl came again, to my left this time. Then my right. Each time identical, perfect. Layered until it seemed the forest itself was filled with the same sound repeated endlessly. My hand shook as I raised the recorder and pressed play. The howl erupted from the speaker, the exact one it had captured in the garage. For a moment, the forest fell silent, as though listening. Then the trees answered. Dozens of howls at once, all identical to mine, all echoing back. The sound rattled the ground, vibrated in my chest. My knees nearly buckled. Linda. The name wove through the noise. Faint at first, then stronger, layered beneath every howl. The forest roared with my name, repeated over and over until I thought my skull would crack. Linda. 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 I staggered forward, teeth clenched. My flashlight beam shaking wildly. The sound followed, echoing closer, sharper. Then, in a gap between the trees, I saw movement. Eyes. 2 of them. Glowing faintly red, too high off the ground to be a coyote. My chest seized. The eyes blinked once. Then the mouth beneath them opened. It smiled. Rows of teeth glinted in the beam. Too even, too flat, too human. The mouth opened wider, impossibly wide, and the howl erupted again. But not from its throat, from everywhere. The trees, the rocks, the ground itself. A chorus of the same cry, each one layered with my name. I fired the flare. The red light burst upward, flooding the ridge in crimson. For a heartbeat, the thing shrieked. Its body rippled like smoke disturbed, its grin faltering. The howls cut off, replaced by a jagged, grinding sound that made my stomach twist. Faces flickered across its shape, mouths open in silent screams. Then, just as suddenly, it steadied. The grin returned, wider than ever. I staggered back, sidearm trembling in my grip. I fired twice, 3 times. The bullets passed through, tearing holes that closed instantly. The air warped around it, the forest vibrating with its laughter. High, jagged, identical copies of my own breath thrown back at me. In desperation, I grabbed the recorder and held it high, pressing play again. The howl blared out, thin and distorted, the red light blinking frantically. The thing froze. For a moment, the forest fell silent. Then the echoes began again. But this time they were distorted, broken. The sound twisted, feedback shrieking through the trees. The figure writhed, its grin tearing wider until its face split in ways that made my stomach heave. Linda. My name ripped through the air, loud enough to rattle the ground. My ears rang, my chest seized. I hurled the recorder into the trees. The light blinked once more, then vanished into the dark. The forest went silent. The eyes blinked once, then disappeared. Gone. The ridge was empty. My breath tore ragged in my throat. My hands shaking so badly I dropped the flashlight. The silence pressed down heavier than ever, but it was clean now. No echoes, no howls, just silence. I stumbled back down the trail, half blind, my legs threatening to give with every step. When I reached the station, the first light of dawn was bleeding over the horizon. I never found the recorder. That was 3 months ago. Since then, the echoes have stopped. No more howls repeating themselves through the trees. No more voices layered with my name. But sometimes, When the forest grows too quiet, I swear I hear something faint in the distance. A howl carried on no wind. And sometimes, when I'm alone, I catch myself repeating it under my breath. My own voice. Perfectly identical. I am Ranger Linda McCrae. And I no longer believe the wilderness is just sound and shadow. Sometimes it listens back. Sometimes it repeats. And sometimes, when you hear your own name, whispered in the cry of something that shouldn't exist, you realize it isn't an echo at all. It's an invitation. My name is Ranger Dean Hollowell, and I've spent most of my 40 years walking the ridges and hollers of the Appalachian Mountains. I was born not far from where I work now, raised in a town where the forest presses so close it feels like it's listening to you breathe. The Appalachians are old mountains, older than memory, older than most of our words for fear. I've always believed they keep their own secrets, but I never thought one would single me out. It happened last spring, on a mild evening patrol. The air smelled of wet leaves and honeysuckle, the light fading soft and gold between the trees. I had taken one of the less traveled trails, the kind where moss swallows the stones, and you feel like you're the only person alive. My boots scuffed quietly on the dirt as I moved, my flashlight bobbing across the ground. That was when I saw it. A rabbit sitting right in the middle of the trail. At first, nothing about it seemed strange. Rabbits are common out here, darting across paths or rustling in the brush. But this one wasn't darting. It wasn't rustling. It was just sitting, perfectly still. Its fur was gray, ears upright, eyes black and unblinking. I slowed, expecting it to bolt. It didn't. I took another step. Still no movement. By the time I stood over it, the unease had started to crawl under my skin. Rabbits don't sit still for people. They don't let boots crunch up to them without a twitch. I nudged it gently with the toe of my boot, expecting it to startle and sprint. It didn't move. Strange little thing. I muttered under my breath. I bent slowly, reaching a gloved hand toward it, half intending to check if it was injured. That was when its head turned. Not a twitch, not a tilt, it rotated. The head twisted slowly, all the way backward. Vertebrae crackling like dry twigs snapping underfoot. My stomach lurched as its glassy black eyes locked onto mine. And then it spoke. Not from its mouth. Not from the trees. From everywhere at once, a whisper that crawled into my ears and down my spine. Found you. The words froze me in place. My heart stuttered. My hand shook so violently I nearly dropped the flashlight. Then I did drop it. The beam hit the dirt, jerking shadows across the trees. In the seconds it took me to snatch it back up, the rabbit was gone. The trail lay empty. Only the dirt where it had sat was wet, as though something had seeped into it. Dark patches glistened under the beam, spreading outward like blood, but when I touched them with my glove, they felt like cold water. My breath tore out of me in ragged bursts. I stumbled back, flashlight beam jerking across trunks and brush. Nothing moved. The forest was silent. Too silent. I backed down the trail, my boots crunching too loud, my throat dry. Every instinct screamed that something was still watching me. When I finally reached the truck, I slammed the doors shut and locked them with shaking hands. I sat there until dawn, too afraid to drive, too afraid to even blink. The next morning, I forced myself back to the spot. The dirt was dry now. No stain, no rabbit, nothing. As though the night before had never happened. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And ever since, I've had the sickening sense that I'm not the one patrolling these woods anymore. Something is patrolling me. I told myself not to go back. That was the promise I made to myself after that night. The rabbit's head twisting until its bones snapped like sticks. The whisper that said, "Found you." Normal people would have left it there. Normal people would have logged it as fatigue or imagination. But normal people don't last long as rangers. Curiosity is part of the job. And fear, real fear, works like a hook. The more you try to ignore it, the deeper it digs. 3 days later, I was back on that trail. The afternoon light slanted gold through the trees, and the air smelled of rain. My boots carried me forward against my better judgment. Every step felt heavier than the last. The spot where the rabbit had sat looked ordinary. Dry dirt, a few scattered leaves, no sign of disturbance. Still, my skin prickled as I knelt and brushed the soil with my glove. Nothing, no stain, no dampness. But the longer I crouched there, the more wrong it felt. The silence pressed against me, thick and unnatural. Even the wind seemed to avoid that hollow. I stood quickly, forcing my breath steady, and kept moving. Half a mile farther, I found the first sign. Scratches. At first I thought they were claw marks, gouged into the trunk of a maple. But when I leaned closer, my chest tightened. They weren't random scrapes. They formed shapes, letters. Crude, jagged, but unmistakable. D-E-A-N, my name. The gouges cut deep into the bark, so fresh that sap still bled down the trunk. My stomach turned to ice. My name carved into a tree in the middle of nowhere. Letters made by something with claws sharp enough to shred wood. I staggered back, the flashlight trembling in my grip, though the sun still filtered through the canopy. My throat locked. And then, faintly, from deeper in the woods came the whisper. "Found you." I spun, the beam jerking wildly across the brush. Nothing. Just trees, still and silent. But the voice hadn't come from one direction. It had come from everywhere. I ran the rest of the patrol. My boots hammered the trail. Breath ragged in my throat. The whisper followed, faint but insistent, weaving between the trees like smoke. By the time I reached the truck, sweat drenched my back despite the chill in the air. That night, I sat in my cabin with every light blazing, the sidearm on the table beside me. I told myself I wouldn't sleep, but exhaustion dragged me under anyway. The dream was worse than the waking. I dreamed of the rabbit. It sat in a corner of my cabin, perfectly still, its black glassy eyes fixed on mine. When I tried to move, my body refused. My voice caught in my throat. The rabbit tilted its head, vertebrae cracking, and its whisper filled the room. "Found you." When I jolted awake, my mouth was dry, my heart slamming. For a moment I thought it had only been a dream, but then I saw the condensation on the window. Pressed into the glass were marks. Not handprints, not paw prints, something in between. Small, narrow, sharp at the tips, like claws. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I checked the ground outside. The soil beneath the window was disturbed, gouged with impressions. Small prints. At first glance, they looked like rabbit tracks, but too large, too deep, and the shape was wrong. Instead of rounded paws, the toes stretched long, ending in sharp points. They circled the cabin. My breath came ragged, my stomach turning cold. The tracks led back into the woods, straight toward the trail where I'd first seen it. I didn't follow them, not that day. Instead, I tried to go about my duties. I patrolled different trails, checked campsites, met hikers, but the sense of being watched never left. Sometimes, when the forest felt too quiet, I thought I heard it. A faint whisper, threaded between the trees. Found you. Once in broad daylight, I saw movement at the edge of a meadow. A rabbit, gray-furred, ears high. For a moment I thought it was ordinary. Then it stopped, turned its head. And though I was 50 yards away, I swore I heard the crack of bone as it twisted too far. I raised the binoculars with shaking hands. The rabbit was gone. That night, the dream came again. This time it wasn't in the corner of my cabin. It was on my chest. The weight pressed down hard, suffocating. I looked down, and its glassy eyes stared up at me, black as tar. Its mouth stretched wide, wider than any rabbit's could, and rows of sharp, needle-like teeth gleamed. The whisper poured out, rattling my skull. Found you. I woke gasping, clawing at my chest. My skin was bare, but when I flicked on the light, my shirt was torn. 4 neat slashes ripped through the fabric, as though cut by claws. I sat there until dawn, trembling, the sidearm clutched tight. By then, I knew the truth. This wasn't a rabbit. It never had been. It was something else. Something that wore the shape of small, harmless things. Something that wanted me to know it was close. And it wasn't finished. I didn't make it a week before deciding to confront it. Sleep had become impossible. Every night, I woke to the same dream. The rabbit crouched on my chest, its eyes black as coal, its whisper hissing through my skull. Found you. Some mornings I woke drenched in sweat. Others I woke to find my shirt or blanket torn, with slashes I couldn't explain. The clawed tracks circled my cabin, nightly, sometimes stopping beneath my window, as though it stood there watching me breathe. I told myself I had 2 choices: keep waiting for it to come closer, or meet it on my terms. I'd spent my whole life believing the forest was mine to patrol. That belief was dead now, but pride is a stubborn thing. I couldn't bear the thought of being hunted by a rabbit, shaped shadow that whispered my name in the dark. So one night, I packed my gear: flare gun, sidearm, hunting knife, headlamp, and the audio recorder I'd used for owls and coyotes. I hiked back to the trail where it all began, each step heavy with dread. The forest felt wrong from the start. The air hung damp and heavy, every sound muffled. My boots crunched on dirt, but it was like the earth was swallowing the noise. The beam of my headlamp carved a pale circle ahead, but shadows pressed closer, eager to spill back in. I reached the spot, the place where I'd first seen it sitting on the trail. The dirt was bare, no rabbit, no stain. But the silence was worse than ever, thick enough to choke. I set the recorder on a rock, its red light blinking steadily, and stood with the flare gun ready. I know you're here, I said, my voice hoarse. The forest answered with a crack, bone breaking. The sound echoed through the trees, loud as a branch snapping, but sharper, wetter. My stomach lurched. I swung the beam wildly. Nothing. Only trunks and brush. Then I saw it, the rabbit, sitting calmly in the middle of the trail, just as before. Its ears high, its body still, its glassy eyes reflecting the light. My throat tightened. I raised the flare gun, my hands trembling. Don't, I whispered, though I wasn't sure if I meant don't move or don't come closer. Its head twitched, then rotated, slowly, deliberately, vertebrae crackling like twigs underfoot. The head spun farther and farther, until it faced completely backward, the black eyes still locked on mine. The whisper came, "Found you." From everywhere. From inside the trees, the ground, the air itself. My knees buckled under the weight of it. I fired the flare. The red light screamed upward, searing the clearing. For a moment, the rabbit's form shuddered, its body rippling as though heat warped it. Its mouth opened wider, wider still, until it split down to its chest. Rows of teeth gleamed inside. Far too many, needle sharp. The whisper rose into a shriek that rattled my bones. I drew the sidearm and fired. Bullets ripped through the body, but no blood spilled. The holes closed instantly, skin sealing like water disturbed. The rabbit lunged, not hopping, but stretching forward on limbs that bent too far, claws gouging the dirt. I stumbled back, slashing wildly with the knife. The blade struck something solid, cold as ice. The rabbit shrieked, its body twisting unnaturally, limbs elongating until it no longer looked like a rabbit at all. It towered over me, a spindly shadow wearing scraps of fur, its face still fixed in that glassy, eyed stare. "Found you." The words roared from its mouth, layered with voices. Mine, my father's. Strangers, a chorus of all the people who'd ever spoken my name. I screamed and drove the knife forward. It sank deep. The creature convulsed, the voices dissolving into static. Light flared around us, blinding, searing. I dropped the blade and stumbled back, shielding my eyes. When my vision cleared, the trail was empty. The rabbit was gone. Only the recorder remained on the rock, its red light still blinking. My chest heaved as I staggered to it, my hands shaking. I snatched it up and fled, running until the trees broke, and the glow of the trailhead lights appeared through the mist. Back in the cabin, I locked every door and window before pressing play. The recording began with my own voice, "I know you're here." Then silence. Then the crack of bone. And then the whisper, "Found you." Over and over, the voice layered, growing louder until the tape warped. At the very end, faint but clear, came something new. "Still here." I snapped it off, my stomach twisting. That was months ago. I haven't seen the rabbit since. The clawed tracks no longer circle my cabin. The windows stay clear. The forest has returned to its ordinary dangers. Bears, storms, lost hikers. But some nights, when the wind dies and the woods fall silent, I swear I hear it again. A faint crack, the sound of bones snapping, and a whisper threading through the dark. "Found you." It hasn't spoken my name again, not yet. But I know it will. Because you can't patrol the Appalachians without learning one simple truth. These mountains are older than us, older than language, older than prayer. They keep their secrets, and when one of them finds you, it never really lets you go. I am Ranger Dean Hollowell, and I know the rabbit is still waiting. My name is Ranger Brett Hanlon, and I've worked the Grand Canyon Backcountry Unit for the better part of 12 years. The canyon is a brutal place to patrol. Steep drops, sudden storms, heat that can boil you alive by noon and freeze you solid by midnight. It tests you in ways no other terrain does. But I've always loved it for that very reason. The canyon strips things down to the bone. You learn to pay attention to signs. The shape of clouds, the way sand shifts underfoot, the faintest trace of tracks in dust. If there's one animal I've always respected most out here, it's the cougar. Mountain lions are ghosts. You'll never hear them until they want you to. If you're lucky, you might spot the sweep of a tail or the fleeting shadow of one crossing a ridge. Most of the time, all you see are the prints left behind. Round pads, claws retracted. Proof of something you never knew was near. I never expected one to call my name. It was late summer, twilight painting the cliff's blood, red when it happened. I was sweeping a lonely section of trail near Horseshoe Mesa, boots grinding grit into the stone. The last of the sun setting fire to the canyon walls. The silence felt deeper than usual. Even the wind seemed to have stopped. That was when I saw it. A cougar crouched on a ridge just above me. Golden fur blending with the rock, tail flicking, muscles taut. It was the kind of sight that makes your stomach knot with awe and fear all at once. It stared down at me, unblinking, amber eyes sharp in the dying light. My hand went to the radio automatically, though I knew it was useless. You don't call for help when a cougar has you in its sights. You pray it decides not to lunge. Then it spoke, clear as day. "Brett, don't run." The sound froze me where I stood. My blood turned to ice, because it wasn't the cougar's growl, not a warped animal sound. It was my father's voice. My father had died 3 years ago. My breath caught in my throat. The cougar's mouth hadn't moved, not even a twitch of the jaw. But the voice had carried, deep and steady, echoing faintly off the rock. "Brett," this time louder. Closer. My knees threatened to buckle. I stumbled a step backward, boots skidding on gravel. The cougar never moved, never blinked, just stared as the voice pressed harder into me, vibrating in my chest. "Don't run." The words rang inside my skull. Not just sound, but command. I turned and backed away, every nerve screaming. My flashlight beam jittered against the brush as I forced myself down the trail. For a few long seconds, I swore the cougar's eyes followed me, glowing faint in the last of the light. But when the brush finally swallowed me and I glanced back, the ridge was empty. I didn't sleep that night. I sat awake in my cabin, the desert silence pressing against the walls, hearing my father's voice over and over in my head. By morning, I had convinced myself I needed to see it in daylight. I had to prove there was a rational explanation. So I hiked back to the ridge, the sun blazing overhead, sweat stinging my eyes. The rock looked ordinary, empty, but in the dust at the base of the ridge, I found a single track. Not paw, foot, a perfect, barefoot human print pressed deep into the sand. My throat closed as I crouched to touch it. The edges were sharp, recent, as if left that very morning. Too large for a child, too bare for a hiker. No other prints surrounded it. Just the one. I stood there for a long time, the sun burning my neck, my chest heavy with a fear I couldn't put words to. Because I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had heard. And I knew with a sinking certainty that something out here knew me. I stood over that single footprint, longer than I should have, the desert sun baking my neck, the silence pressing like weight. The print was too clean, too deliberate. Not part of a trail, not lost among other tracks. Just one, planted in the dust like a signature. By the time I hiked back to the station, my shirt clung with sweat, but the chill wouldn't leave my spine. I didn't tell anyone. What would I say? That I saw a cougar speak in my dead father's voice, and the next morning I found a human footprint. The canyon has a way of getting into people's heads. You hear too many ghost stories and you end up as one. Still, I couldn't let it go. That night, I woke to a noise outside my cabin. A low, dragging scrape, like claws raking wood. I sat up in bed, my pulse hammering, and listened. Silence. Then, faintly, a whisper, my name. Brett. The voice was thin, as though carried by wind through a keyhole. But it wasn't the wind. My stomach knotted instantly. It was my father's voice again. I didn't open the door. I didn't look out the window. I sat there with my sidearm in my lap until dawn. The next morning, I checked the cabin siding. Claw marks scored the wood, low and deliberate, as though carved with patience. 4 parallel grooves, too wide for a raccoon, too sharp for anything natural. I knew then it wasn't finished with me. I started carrying the audio recorder I usually used for owls and coyotes. I told myself I was doing it for proof, to convince myself later that I wasn't crazy. Mostly, though, I needed to know the thing was real, that it wasn't only inside my head. 3 days later, on a twilight patrol near the South Rim, I found proof. The sun had dipped low, staining the cliffs orange and purple, shadows stretching long across the rocks. I had just marked a remote trail junction when I heard it. A cough. Short, sharp, feline. Cougars make that sound sometimes when they're agitated. My stomach knotted. I swung the flashlight beam up the ridge and froze. It was there. The cougar crouched on the ledge, golden fur glowing faintly in the last light, tail flicking. Exactly as before. Its eyes locked on mine, unblinking. I raised the recorder with shaking hands, thumb trembling on the button. Then came the voice. Brett. The word rolled down the ridge, clear and heavy. My father's voice. I snapped the recorder on. The red light blinked as the device captured. My throat locked, breath rasping as I forced myself not to move. Don't run. The second phrase echoed sharper, closer, though the cougar's mouth never opened. Its lips stayed slack, its chest unmoving. The voice came from nowhere and everywhere at once. My knees wobbled. I staggered back, the recorder still blinking. What do you want? I croaked, though my own voice sounded weak, broken against the silence. The cougar tilted its head slowly, tail lashing. Then it rose to its feet, muscles rippling. The voice came again, but not in my father's tone this time. My own. Brett. The sound of my name in my own voice shattered something inside me. The flashlight beam shook wildly across the rock. The cougar's eyes glowed faintly red now, catching the light wrong. I stumbled back, nearly tripping on the trail. For a moment, I thought it would leap. My hand twitched toward the sidearm, but something deeper told me not to draw. That it wanted me to. That firing would break whatever thin boundary still held between us. Then I blinked, and the ridge was empty. No cougar, no voice, nothing but silence. I ran the trail faster than I ever have in my life, the recorder clutched in my fist. By the time I reached the truck, my chest was heaving, sweat chilling on my back despite the desert air. Back at the cabin, I played the tape. My hands shook so badly I nearly dropped it. At first, the device captured only my breathing, the scrape of boots on gravel. Then came the voice. Brett. Clear. Deep, my father's tone. The next phrase followed. Don't run. Then, after a long pause, came the third voice. My own. Brett. The sound on the tape was identical to the way I had spoken my name once during a training exercise years ago. A tone I didn't even remember, until I heard it played back. It was like the thing had pulled a piece of me from memory and thrown it back. I shut the recorder off, my throat tight. My own voice echoed in my skull. That night, I dreamed of the cougar again. It crouched on the ridge, teeth bared, eyes glowing faintly red. But when it spoke, the voice was neither my father's nor mine. It was a chorus of dozens, all speaking my name in unison. I woke gasping, drenched in sweat, the darkness pressing against the cabin walls. At dawn, I checked the dust outside. A single track waited there, not paw, foot. Another human print, pressed clean into the sand, toes sharp at the tips. And like the last one, it stood alone. No trail, no direction. Just waiting. By the time the second footprint appeared, I knew I couldn't wait for it to come again. The canyon was too big, the nights too long. Whatever this thing was, wearing the skin of a cougar, borrowing voices it had no right to. I felt it circling closer with each day. So I made a choice. I would meet it where it had first found me. The ridge. I packed carefully, as though preparation could matter against something that bent the rules of nature. Flare gun, sidearm, hunting knife, extra batteries, and the audio recorder. At sundown, I hiked back into the backcountry, every step echoing inside me like a countdown. The desert twilight bled into shadow, cliffs glowing faintly before sinking into black. The air was sharp and thin, carrying each sound farther than it should. My boots scuffed dust and gravel as I climbed, my chest tight with anticipation. When I reached the ridge, I stopped. The place looked ordinary in the fading light. Rock and scrub, the wide canyon yawning below. But the silence was too heavy, too absolute. No insects, no birds, just waiting. I set the recorder on a flat stone, its red light blinking steadily, and raised the flare gun. My breath misted faintly in the cold air. "I'm here," I said, my voice raw. At first, nothing. The silence pressed tighter, my own words swallowed too quickly. Then, faintly, came the cough. That short, sharp sound cougars make. I swung the flashlight beam across the ridge and froze. It crouched there, the cougar, golden fur shimmering in the pale light, tail flicking, its eyes locked on mine, unblinking. The same stance as before. Then came the voice. Brett. My father's voice, deep and familiar, echoing across the stone. My chest clenched, my knees threatening to buckle. "Don't run." The second phrase carried sharper, closer, though the cougar's mouth never moved. I raised the recorder with shaking hands. "What are you?" I demanded, though the words came out thin, desperate. The cougar tilted its head slowly, tail lashing. Then the voice came again. Not my father's this time. Mine. Brett. The sound of my own voice from its throat shattered me. I stumbled back, bile rising, flashlight beam jittering. The cougar's eyes glowed faintly red now, reflecting the light wrong. Then it rose. The body shifted as it stood, muscles rippling too smoothly, too fluid. For a moment, its outline blurred, as though something larger pressed beneath its skin. The voice changed again. A chorus now. Dozens of voices layered together, all speaking my name at once. Brett. Brett. The sound rattled the ground beneath me, shook the stone in my chest. My knees buckled. I fired the flare. The red light screamed upward, flooding the ridge in crimson. For the first time, the cougar staggered. Its body rippled like smoke disturbed, its grin. Because yes, its lips were stretching now, peeling back to show rows of flat, human, like teeth, twisting into something grotesque. The voices shrieked, jagged and wrong, but they didn't stop. I drew the sidearm and fired. Once, twice, 3 times. The bullets tore through its chest, but the wounds closed instantly, the skin sealing like water. The cougar crouched again, tail lashing ready to leap. Desperation took over. I grabbed the hunting knife and charged. The blade sank deep into its side, meeting something solid, cold as stone. The cougar shrieked, the sound warping into a chorus of screams. Voices I didn't recognize, faces flickering faintly across its fur. For a heartbeat, I swore I saw my father's face among them, mouth open in a silent cry. The cougar convulsed, its body twisting unnaturally, limbs elongating, blurring into something that wasn't animal at all. Its eyes burned red, its mouth split wider, rows of teeth gleaming. Then, just as suddenly, it stopped. The voices cut off. The cougar stood perfectly still, eyes locked on mine. Its lips curled once more into that grotesque grin, and then it vanished. Not leapt. The ridge was empty. My chest heaved, my hands numb around the knife. The recorder's red light still blinked faintly on the rock. I staggered to it, snatched it up, and fled, half blind with fear, my boots slipping on gravel as I scrambled back down the trail. When I reached the cabin, I locked every door and window before playing the tape. At first, only my own voice, "I'm here." Then silence. Then the cough. The cougar's voice followed. "Brett, don't run." The words sent ice down my spine. Then came my own voice, warped, layered, repeated dozens of times. "Brett, Brett." The chorus filled the speaker, jagged and rising until the tape warped, static dissolving the sound. Finally, at the very end, faint but unmistakable, came a whisper. "See you soon." I shut it off, bile burning my throat. That was weeks ago. I haven't seen the cougar since. Not with my eyes, but the canyon feels different now. Sometimes, on patrol, I'll find fresh claw marks carved into the stone where no animal should reach. Sometimes I'll find single footprints pressed deep into dust. Always alone, always waiting. And sometimes, when the sun dips low and the silence presses tight, I hear it again. My father's voice. "Brett." I am Ranger Brett Hanlon, and I no longer believe cougars are ghosts of the canyon. Whatever that thing was, it wore the skin of a predator to show itself, but its teeth were human. Its voice was mine, and I know, with a certainty that chills me, more than a desert night, that it isn't finished. My name is Ranger Sofia Delgado. I'm 36 years old, and for the past 7 years, I've been stationed in Sequoia National Park. People think of Sequoia and imagine the giants, the ancient trees towering into the clouds, guardians older than cities. And they're right. There's awe in those groves. But there are also shadows deeper than you'd expect, places where silence sits too long, where you feel like you've stepped into a cathedral built for something that isn't human. I've spent my career walking these trails, responding to lost hikers, injured climbers, and the occasional mountain lion sighting. I've seen what predators can do to prey. Carcasses half eaten, bones stripped clean. Nature can be brutal, but it's never personal. It's survival. I trusted that, until the night I saw a carcass stand up. It was late spring, the air still cool enough to carry the smell of pine. I was on evening patrol, heading down a narrow trail near Mineral King. The radio crackled faintly on my hip. The last check-in logged for the night. My boots crunched quietly, the beam of my flashlight sweeping over roots and undergrowth. That was when I smelled it. Rot. It hit thick and sour, cutting through the mountain air. My stomach lurched before I even saw it. The beam caught a shape sprawled across the trail. A deer carcass, ribs torn open, hide stretched tight and mottled with decay. Flies buzzed low, their wings catching the light. I stopped, throat tightening, and pressed the radio. "Dispatch, this is Delgado. Found a carcass across the south trail, possible predator activity. I'll mark coordinates." I was halfway through giving the location when the thing twitched. At first it was small, a jerk of the hind leg, like a muscle spasm. My voice faltered. Then the foreleg jerked too, stiff and unnatural, bones scraping against stone. My breath caught. Control. I've got. Possible diseased animal movement. Carcass is. My words trailed off, because the body moved again. Not like an animal fighting to live, Not like nerves firing after death. The whole shape folded backward, joints cracking. Ribs spread wider, splitting with a wet sound as the torso bent unnaturally, dragging the body upright. I stumbled a step back, radio slipping in my grip. The deer stood. No, not stood. It balanced, hunched, as though invisible strings were pulling it into place. Its neck lolled to the side, empty sockets glinting wetly in the beam. And then it looked at me. Not with eyes, with absence. Black sockets fixed on the light, as though it could still see. A groan rose from its chest cavity. Not the rasp of air through lungs. There were no lungs left. It was deeper, vibrating through the cavity itself, shaking the ribcage like a drum. The sound clawed at the air, too low for any deer to make. The thing staggered forward, 1 step, bones snapping like kindling. 2 steps, ribs grinding against each other. 3 steps, dragging its ruined body closer. My flashlight shook violently in my hands, the beam jerking across bone and rot. My throat locked, my body frozen. The groan grew louder, deeper, a voice without words pushing against me like a physical weight. Then the carcass collapsed. It hit the dirt with a wet crunch, legs, splaying, bones cracking under its own weight. The groan cut off instantly. Flies buzzed again in the silence. I stood there, shaking so hard I nearly dropped the light. The radio hissed at my hip, someone asking me to repeat my last transmission. My mouth wouldn't work. I could only stare at the broken heap on the trail. Finally, I forced words out. Control, I need backup at my coordinates. Possible predator, possible disease. My voice sounded small, distant. Not my own. I backed down the trail, never turning my back on the carcass, until the sound of footsteps told me backup had arrived. 2 rangers stepped into the beam, flashlights cutting across the dirt, and the carcass was gone. The trail lay empty, only a dark stain where the body had collapsed. The other rangers frowned at me, confused, scanning the brush for scavengers. I tried to explain, but the words sounded thin even as I spoke them. A deer carcass doesn't just vanish. But I know what I saw. I know how it looked at me. And I know, with a bone, deep certainty, that whatever pulled that carcass to its feet wasn't finished. The other rangers didn't believe me. They crouched on the trail with their flashlights, finding nothing but damp soil and a patch of flies, still hovering where the deer had fallen. They looked at me with a mix of sympathy and doubt, the way people look at someone who's been in the job too long. One of them muttered something about stress and the smell of decay playing tricks on the brain. I didn't argue. What could I say? That I'd seen a carcass stand up and look at me through empty sockets. That its ribs had groaned like lungs. The words wouldn't have convinced anyone. They barely convinced me. But I didn't sleep that night. Even after I showered, I swore the stink of rot still clung to me, caught in my hair, soaked into my skin. My dreams were restless, filled with snapping bones and groans that rattled through my chest like thunder. At one point, I woke gasping, convinced something was standing at the foot of my bed. When I switched on the light, the room was empty. The next day, I went back. I told myself it was routine, that I was following up on possible predator activity. But deep down, I needed to see the trail again. Needed proof I hadn't lost my mind. The sun was high when I reached the spot. Everything looked ordinary. The soil had dried, the stain faded. Only the flies remained, buzzing lazily over the ground. Then I noticed the prints. Not paw prints. Not hoof prints. Handprints. They pressed deep into the soil on either side of the trail, as though something had dragged itself forward on all fours. The fingers were long, the impressions too sharp at the tips, gouging furrows in the dirt. They started at the stain and crawled several yards into the brush before vanishing. I crouched, my stomach knotting. The prints weren't there the night before. Something had left them after we'd gone. Something that had taken the carcass with it. I backed away, every nerve on fire, and raised the radio. My voice shook as I logged the update, careful not to mention the prints in detail. Just evidence of scavenger activity. But all day the image stayed in my mind. The way the fingers dug deep, dragging something heavy through the brush. That night I woke again to the smell. Rot, thick and sour, filling the cabin. My throat seized, bile rising. I grabbed the flashlight and swept the room. Empty. But when I turned it toward the window, my blood turned to ice. Something had smeared across the glass. A dark stain, wet and glistening, streaked in parallel lines like something had pressed its ribs against the window. The beam caught flecks of white. Bone, I realized with horror. I stumbled back, heart hammering, fumbling for my sidearm. The stink grew stronger, wrapping around me. I yanked the curtains shut and sat awake. The rest of the night, gun in my lap, waiting for the sound of bones dragging across the floor. It never came. The following morning, I checked outside. The soil beneath the window was disturbed, gouged with deep lines. Not paw prints. Not hooves. Not even hands this time. The marks were long, straight, parallel, as though something ribbed had slithered across the ground. I reported nothing, but I couldn't avoid patrol. The canyon doesn't wait for fear. 2 nights later, I was sent to check the north sector, near a creek where bears often forage. The air was cool, the water faintly gurgling over stone. At first, the hike was ordinary. I almost let myself breathe. Then I smelled it again. Rot, stronger than before. My stomach clenched. I raised the flashlight, beam trembling across the water, and there it was. Another carcass. Not a deer this time. A black bear sprawled half submerged in the creek. Its hide was torn open, ribs jutting, fur slick with rot. The smell hit like a fist. I froze, breath shallow, light shaking. Then the body twitched. The foreleg jerked, splashing water. The ribs rattled, grinding. The head lolled back, empty sockets staring blindly at the sky. The groan rose, deeper than the last, rattling the trees around me. My throat locked. The radio slipped from my grip into the dirt. The bear carcass heaved itself halfway upright, water streaming from its chest cavity, ribs spreading like broken wings. It staggered once toward the bank, each step crunching bone, each movement pulling it closer to me. I bolted. My boots hammered the trail, flashlight beam jerking wildly. Behind me, the groan echoed, followed by the sickening crack of bones snapping. I didn't look back. I ran until the trees broke and the station lights glowed faint through the dark. When I finally turned, the trail was empty, but the smell followed me all the way home. That night I dreamed of the deer again, not lying on the trail this time. Standing, ribs spread wide, sockets locked on me. Its groan filled my cabin, vibrating the walls, rattling the glass. When I woke, the curtains stirred faintly, though the windows were shut. And in the silence, I swore I heard it. Not groaning, breathing. I didn't want to patrol again. Not after the bear. Not after waking to the stink of rot filling my cabin, to streaks across my window that looked like ribs pressing through the glass. But rangers don't get to choose when to quit, not out here. The forest calls and you go. Whether you're ready or not, still, By the time the next assignment came, I had already made my decision. If the thing in the carcasses wanted me, I wasn't going to wait for it to find me again. I was going to face it. I packed the flare gun, my sidearm, extra rounds, and my hunting knife. I added the audio recorder, half thinking that if I didn't survive, at least someone would hear what happened. And then, after sundown, I hiked back toward the creek, where the bear had groaned itself upright. The air was cold, sharp enough to sting my lungs. The trail stretched long and empty ahead of me, the silence settling heavier with every step. No owls. No crickets. No rustle of deer in the undergrowth. Just stillness. When I reached the creek, I stopped. The water shimmered pale in the moonlight, trickling soft over stone. The place looked ordinary. Too ordinary. No carcass in the water, no fresh signs of predators. For a heartbeat, I almost believed I had dreamed the whole thing. Then I smelled it. Rot. Thick, sour, choking. My throat clenched as bile rose in my mouth. The water rippled. Something shifted beneath the surface. I raised the flashlight with shaking hands. The beam struck the creek and froze. The bear carcass rose. Water streamed from its hollow chest, ribs spreading wide, sockets black and gaping. Its jaw lolled open, fur peeling back, hide sloughing from bone. The groan erupted again, deeper than before, shaking the ground under my boots. I staggered back, sidearm trembling in my grip. "Stay back," I shouted, though my voice cracked thin in the roar. The bear lurched forward, water splashing around it, each step cracking bone, each motion dragging it closer. I fired. The first round tore through its chest, ripping rotten fur and bone. The carcass didn't stop. The second shot splintered its jaw. The third tore through its skull. Still it staggered, ribs spreading wider, groan rising louder until the trees trembled. I fired again, my ears ringing, hands shaking. The bullets did nothing. Desperation clawed at me. I dropped the sidearm and yanked the flare gun from its holster. I fired straight into its chest. The red light screamed, bursting fire into the hollow cavity. For a moment, the carcass convulsed, its ribs blazing like bars of a furnace. The groan warped into a shriek that split the night, sharp enough to rattle my teeth. And then the flames died. The bear collapsed, a heap of bone and hide crumpling into the water. Steam rose, the stench gagging. I stood frozen, chest heaving, flare gun shaking in my hand. The silence pressed back in, heavy and absolute. Then, faintly from behind me, came another sound. A groan. I spun, flashlight beam jerking wildly across the trees. My stomach lurched. The deer. It stood at the edge of the trail, ribs spread wide, sockets black. Behind it, another shape staggered from the brush. Something smaller, maybe a coyote, bones jutting through mangled fur. Then another, and another. The forest filled with them. Carcasses rising, dragging themselves forward. Deer, coyote, raccoon. Shapes I could barely recognize through rot and ruin. All groaning, all moving wrong, their sockets fixed on me. I stumbled back, bile burning my throat. My flashlight beam swung wildly, catching ribs, jaws, empty skulls. The air reeked of death, thick and suffocating. The deer at the front shuddered, its ribs grinding. And then, for the first time, it spoke. Not in words. In groans twisted into something almost human. "Sophia." My knees buckled. The chorus followed. 100 groaning voices layered together, all pressing my name into the night. "Sophia. Sophia." The sound rattled the trees, shook the ground, pressed into my skull. My hands shook so violently, I nearly dropped the flare gun. I fired again, the red light bursting across the clearing. For a moment, The carcasses staggered, bodies convulsing. Faces twisted, jaws splitting wide. Then the light died, and the groans rose louder, stronger. I turned and ran. My boots pounded the trail, lungs burning, flashlight beam jerking through the dark. The groans followed, echoing behind me, rattling closer, then farther, then closer again. Branches tore at my arms, roots caught my boots. But I didn't stop until the glow of the station lights burned through the trees. I collapsed inside the cabin, slamming the door, locking it, shoving furniture against it. My chest heaved, my ears rang with the sound of groans that still echoed in my skull. When I finally dared to look out the window, the forest was still, empty. The next morning, I went back with the team. We found nothing. No carcasses. No tracks. Not even the bear in the creek. Only the smell lingered. Rot, faint but undeniable, threading through the trees. That was weeks ago. Since then, I haven't seen another carcass. Not moving, not still. But the nights are never quiet. When the wind dies and the forest holds its breath, I hear it again. Not groaning, breathing. Low, steady, just outside the cabin walls. I am Ranger Sofia Delgado, and I don't know what animates the carcasses in Sequoia. But I know one thing for certain. It's waiting. And next time, it won't stop at the dead. My name is Ranger Dennis Klein. I'm 41 years old, and I've worked the Adirondacks for nearly a decade, rotating between patrol routes and overnight cabin watch. People think the danger out here is bears, storms, or the cold. They don't think about the quiet hours between midnight and dawn, when the forest seems to lean closer to the walls, and every creak makes you wonder what's really outside. Most nights are uneventful. You hear an owl, maybe a deer passes through the brush, sometimes a raccoon nosing at trash bins. The cabins I monitor are old. Simple wood frames with single, paned windows and locks that don't inspire confidence. My job is to make sure hikers have a safe stopover and that no one does anything foolish. But one night, a raccoon reminded me that safe is a fragile illusion. It was just after 2 a.m. I was alone in one of the ranger cabins near Farrell Lake. Lantern lit, paperwork scattered across the table. The night was still. Too still now that I think of it. No owls calling. No wind rattling the trees. Just silence pressing against the glass. Then came the scratching. Soft at first, like twigs brushing the pane. Then steadier. A rasping, deliberate scrape against the glass. I sighed, already picturing a raccoon sniffing around for food. Happens all the time. Leave a crumb, and those little bandits will find it. I pushed back my chair and lifted the lantern toward the sound. What I saw froze me. The raccoon stood on its hind legs, paws flat against the glass, body perfectly still. Its mask of fur looked ordinary. Its tail curled behind it. But its eyes, God help me, its eyes weren't reflecting light. They were glowing, from within. Tiny twin lanterns, burning pale yellow, piercing straight through the window into me. My chest tightened. For a long moment, neither of us moved. Finally, I stepped toward the glass, meaning to shoo it, maybe bang the pane with my hand. That was when it tilted its head. Slowly, deliberately. The skull turned sideways, farther and farther, until its head nearly touched its own shoulder. Vertebrae popped faintly, a sound I shouldn't have heard through the window, but did. The eyes never left mine. Then its mouth opened. Not a normal opening. Its jaw slid down, unhinging like a snake's, wider and wider until the mouth was a black hollow stretching across its face. A hiss poured into the room. Low at first, then louder, vibrating against the wood, making the lantern flame shudder. But the glass never opened. The hiss came from everywhere at once, like the cabin itself was exhaling through its walls. I stumbled back, my throat tight, heart hammering. The raccoon pressed harder against the glass, glowing eyes wide, jaw still yawning open. Then the window cracked. A thin line snaked down the middle of the pane with a sharp snap. The hiss rose louder, shaking the frame, rattling the lantern. I bolted. I didn't grab my papers, didn't grab my bag. I yanked the door open and ran into the cold night, boots slamming the dirt. My breath tore ragged in my throat, fear pounding in my skull. I didn't stop until the cabin lights were nothing but a dim glow behind me, swallowed by the trees. I left the place unlocked. Couldn't bring myself to turn back. When I returned with another ranger at dawn, the cabin stood silent, still, ordinary. The window was intact, no crack, no prints. Just clean glass catching the morning sun. But I know what I saw. I know what hissed through those walls. And I know, deep down, that whatever looked at me through that glass wasn't a raccoon. The other ranger, Jim, laughed when I told him what I'd seen. Not in a cruel way, more the kind of laugh you give when you're trying to brush off someone's nerves. "You were tired," he said. Lantern light, long shadows, maybe a draft in the cabin. He even knocked on the window for good measure, tapping the glass like to prove its sturdiness. Nothing a raccoon could do to this. I didn't argue, but deep inside, I knew better. The window had cracked. The hiss had filled the cabin like smoke. I had felt the air press into my lungs with every note of it. You don't confuse those things. Still, duty doesn't stop for fear. A week later, I was back on rotation, assigned to another cabin watch. This one farther north by Treadway Mountain. I told myself the distance would matter. That whatever I'd seen was tied to that one cabin, that one night. The first evening passed quietly. A group of hikers checked in late, tired but cheerful, and settled down with the usual requests for firewood and trail updates. By 11 p.m., the forest had fallen quiet again, the stars sharp over the lake. I set my lantern on the table and leaned back, telling myself to breathe. Then, around 2 a.m., I heard it. Scratching. Soft at first, then steadier. My blood went cold. The sound was exactly the same as before. A rasping scrape against glass, deliberate, rhythmic. I froze in my chair, heart thudding. The lantern flame trembled faintly, though no wind stirred. "Not again," I whispered. The scratching grew louder. I stood lantern in hand and turned slowly toward the window. It was there. The raccoon, pressed against the glass, paws flat, body upright. The glowing eyes locked on mine, burning from within. My stomach twisted into knots. I raised the lantern higher. The light made no difference. The eyes burned steady, twin lanterns staring straight through me. And then it tilted its head. The same awful motion. Slow, deliberate. Vertebrae cracking audibly as the skull leaned farther and farther, almost to the shoulder. My throat closed. Then the mouth opened. The jaw unhinged, wider and wider, until the face was nothing but a black cavern. The hiss came again. Low, steady, rising into a vibration that rattled the glass, the wood, the lantern itself. It filled the cabin, pressing into my ears, my chest, as though the whole structure was breathing. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over the chair. My hand flew to the sidearm, but some deeper part of me knew bullets wouldn't matter. The window cracked. A thin fissure split down the middle of the glass with a sharp snap. The hiss grew louder, stronger, vibrating the very floor. I bolted for the door, just as I had before. But when I yanked it open, I froze. The raccoon was standing there too, outside. Not just one, 3 of them. All upright, all staring. All with glowing eyes and unhinged jaws, pouring out that same hiss. The sound doubled, tripled, vibrating the earth under my boots. My knees threatened to give. I slammed the door and stumbled back, lantern clattering across the table. The hiss rose higher. The cracks spread across the glass, spiderwebbing the pane. I backed toward the far wall, chest heaving, sweat chilling my skin. And then, silence. The hiss cut off instantly. I dared a glance at the window. Empty. The glass was whole again, no cracks, no glow. The night outside looked ordinary. The stars faint through the trees. But the smell lingered. A faint, acrid tang like singed fur and burned dust. It clung to the cabin walls long after the sound stopped. I didn't leave that night. Couldn't. My legs wouldn't carry me. I sat in the corner until dawn, sidearm in hand, every muscle locked tight. When the sun finally rose, the cabin looked untouched. No scratches, no cracks, no raccoons. But in the dirt outside the door, I found tracks. Raccoon prints, dozens of them. But every set was the same. Perfectly identical. I told myself I'd quit. After the second night, after the second window cracked, and the hiss poured through the cabin walls, I swore I'd put in a transfer. Let someone else take the night shifts. I'd cover trail maintenance, campsite sweeps, anything that kept me under the sun. But fear lies. You can tell yourself you'll walk away. But when you've seen something that shouldn't exist, something that stares at you with glowing eyes and unhinged jaws, you don't leave it behind. It follows. For a while, it was quiet. A week passed with no scratches on the glass, no glowing eyes in the dark. I started to think maybe it was over. Then the hikers started talking. At first, just whispers. Saw something by the cabin. Strange animals around camp. Raccoons acting funny. One woman told me she'd woken to find a raccoon sitting outside her tent, perfectly still, watching her. She said its eyes were like fireflies that didn't blink. That's when I knew it wasn't just me. The raccoons were spreading. I doubled my patrols, checking the cabins, warning campers to keep food locked up. Not because I cared about trash raids, but because I needed excuses to stay moving, to keep watch. Still, I avoided the windows after dark. I knew better than to look too long. But one night, the choice wasn't mine. It was late October. The air sharp and brittle. I was stationed alone at the farthest cabin, deep in the pines. The hikers had cleared out days earlier. The night was mine. I set the lantern on the table, tried to distract myself with paperwork, and told myself it would be another quiet shift. Then came the scratching. Steady, deliberate, against the glass. I froze, chest tight, sweat already beating along my spine. Slowly, I lifted the lantern and turned toward the window. It was there, the raccoon. Standing upright, paws pressed flat, eyes glowing from within. Its head tilted, vertebrae popping. The jaw slid open, black hollow stretching, hiss building. But this time, it didn't stop at the window. The glass cracked, spider webbing, then shattered outward. Shards rained into the cabin, the lantern flame flickering wildly. The hiss roared, filling every inch of the room. The raccoon stepped inside. My knees buckled as I staggered back, sidearm drawn. But when I raised the gun, my hand shook too violently to aim. The creature lurched closer, eyes blazing, hiss rattling my chest like it was inside me. Then another followed, through the window. Then another. 3 raccoons now, all upright, all glowing, jaws gaping wider than they should, as though their skulls had come unhinged. The hiss tripled, a chorus vibrating through the cabin walls. I fired. The shot cracked through the room, ears ringing. The bullet hit the first raccoon square in the chest. It staggered, then straightened. No blood, no wound. Just glowing eyes locked on mine. I fired again and again. The rounds tore through fur and bone, but the raccoons didn't fall. The hiss only grew louder. Desperation took over. I snatched the lantern from the table and hurled it. Flame burst across the floorboards. Oil splattering. Fire roared up, heat searing. The raccoons convulsed, bodies rippling, eyes blazing brighter. Their mouths stretched wider, wider still, until the hissing turned into something worse. Louder. Not human. Not animal. Something in between. The sound filled the burning cabin, rising and falling, echoing inside my skull. I stumbled for the door, boots slipping on flame. I crashed outside into the cold night air, smoke choking my lungs. Behind me, the cabin blazed, fire consuming dry wood fast. Sparks shot high into the pines. But when I turned back, heart hammering, I saw them. The raccoons stood in the fire, unafraid, unaffected. Their silhouettes warped and stretched in the flames, eyes glowing brighter than the blaze, jaws still gaping in silent laughter. And then, one by one, they stepped backward into the dark. Gone. The cabin burned to the ground that night. The report blamed faulty lantern oil, maybe spilled fuel. Nobody questioned me. Nobody asked why I'd left the window unlocked, why my rounds had all been spent. But I know what I saw. I know what hissed through that glass, what crawled through the fire without burning. And I know it isn't finished. Because sometimes, late at night in my new post, far from that cabin, I hear it again. Scratching, soft, steady, against the glass. I don't look anymore. I don't need to. I am Ranger Dennis Klein, and I know the raccoons aren't animals. They're something else. And sooner or later, one of those windows is going to break. My name is Ranger Natalie Chambers. I'm 33 years old, stationed along the Lake Superior shoreline. People imagine ranger work as mountain hikes and forest patrols, but here it's different. Here, the lake itself is my territory. Superior is less a body of water than an inland sea. Cold, restless, older than imagination. You stand on its shore, and you don't just hear waves. You feel them, deep in your ribs, a pulse that doesn't belong to you. Most of my duties involve rescue and safety. Checking on campers, warning about rip currents, tending to those who underestimate Superior's moods. I've pulled hypothermic swimmers from the surf, dragged overturned kayaks back to shore, and fielded countless reports of strange things that usually turn out to be debris or misidentified wildlife. But some mornings, what the lake offers isn't debris. It was late July, the air cool with mist, when the call came in. A fisherman, out before dawn, said he'd caught something wrong. His voice shook when he told dispatch he didn't know what else to do. I drove down to the pier, the lake stretching gray and endless beyond it. The fisherman was waiting by his boat, a weathered man with hands that looked like rope from decades of nets. His face was pale, his eyes darting to the bucket at his feet like it might crawl away. "Mom," he said as I approached. I don't want to keep it. I expected a diseased fish, fungus deformity, maybe a lamprey wound. I've seen enough to know the lake produces its share of oddities. But when I bent over the bucket and looked inside, My stomach dropped. The trout wasn't odd. It was wrong. Its body was normal enough. Scales silver, blue, gills fluttering weakly. Tail beating faintly against the plastic. But its head wasn't a fish's. It had a face. Not a distorted snout or a malformed jaw. A face. Human features soft and pale against the scales. Lips, nose, eyelids twitching faintly. Its mouth opened and closed, slow and deliberate, shaping words I couldn't hear. I nearly dropped the bucket. "What the hell?" I whispered. The fisherman nodded quickly, wringing his cap in his hands. "Told you it was wrong." "Thing talked, ma'am. Underwater when I hauled it in. Spoke plain as you and me. I don't want it near me." I stared down at the trout. Its mouth opened again, lips forming shapes. My breath caught as I leaned closer. For a moment I swore it was mouthing my name. Natally, I jolted back, bile rising in my throat. "We need to put it back." The fisherman nodded so fast, I thought his head would snap. He grabbed the bucket and carried it to the pier's edge. With a single motion, he tipped it over. The trout slid into the water, scales flashing once before sinking into the gray. I exhaled slowly, my chest tight. My boots tapped against the as I leaned over the edge, watching ripples spread and vanish. The lake looked ordinary again, stretching endless and flat beneath the mist. Then I heard it, faint, muffled. A voice, drifting up from the water, warbling through the waves. "Help me." I staggered back, heart pounding, breath tearing from my chest. The fisherman froze, eyes wide, his knuckles white on the bucket. "You heard it too," I whispered. He nodded, lips trembling. We stood there in silence, the waves lapping soft against the pier, the mist clinging cold to our skin. When I finally returned to the station, I didn't write it down. Not the face, not the voice. I logged it as a fisherman report of malformed catch. Nothing more. Because some things the lake gives you aren't meant for paper. But I haven't stopped thinking about that face. The way its lips shaped words, desperate and clear. The way its eyes fluttered like it was trying to wake. And the way the voice, muffled through fathoms of water, didn't sound like a fish at all. It sounded like a person. For days I couldn't get the sound out of my head. That faint, muffled whisper rising through the water, "Help me." It replayed in my dreams, in the silence of my cabin, even in the crash of waves against the rocks. I tried to tell myself it was my imagination, a trick of nerves, some shared hallucination between me and that fisherman. But the more I tried to convince myself, the more the memory of its lips moving, forming words, anchored itself deeper in my mind. I avoided the pier at first, focused on trail work, on shoreline patrols that didn't take me near the water's edge. But the lake doesn't let you avoid it. Superior is everywhere here, filling the horizon like an endless eye, and slowly I felt it watching me. A week later, I was called again. Different fisherman, different pier. Same tone in his voice is shaken, almost embarrassed, like he'd seen something he knew he shouldn't. "Caught something bad," he said over the radio. "Don't want to throw it back until someone else sees it." My stomach sank. I drove out, gravel crunching under the tires, the smell of pine and water filling the air. The sun had barely risen, a pale smear of light over the gray expanse of the lake. The fisherman was waiting near his boat, his face tight, his eyes fixed on the cooler at his feet. He didn't say a word, just opened the lid. Inside, water sloshed around a single trout. And just like before, its head wasn't right. Lips, nose, eyelids. This one's mouth opened and closed faster, forming shapes I could almost read. My pulse raced as I crouched, my breath fog and faint against the cooler's rim. It wasn't mouthing nonsense. It was saying it hurts. I staggered back, bile rising. The fisherman finally spoke, voice low. I thought I was crazy, but it said that in the water. Clear as day. Sounded like my brother. His hands shook. My brother drowned here 5 years ago. The words hit me like ice. I looked back into the cooler. The trout's eyes fluttered, black and wet. For a moment, I swore I saw a human face flicker beneath the scales. Just a shadow, but enough to freeze me in place. I slammed the lid shut, throw it back. Now, the fisherman hesitated, his eyes wide, but finally he nodded. Together we carried the cooler to the edge and tipped it. The trout slipped into the lake, vanishing in a swirl of bubbles. Silence stretched. The water rippled, then smoothed. And then came the voice. Not faint this time, not muffled. It rose clear from the surface, warbling through the waves, carrying both of our names. Natalie. Eric. The fisherman staggered back, crossing himself. My throat locked, every nerve screaming to run. The voice didn't sound like one thing. It sounded like many. Layers, dozens, tangled together, all rising through the water. Help us, I bolted. By the time I reached the truck, my breath was tearing my chest raw. The fisherman was already gone, his boat peeling away across the lake. Back at the station, I told no one. I logged the visit as angler reports malformed fish released. Nothing more. But that night, as I sat alone in my cabin, the silence pressed too heavy. I couldn't shake the sound of those voices. And then, around midnight, I heard it again. Not from the lake. From my sink. I had left the tap dripping, a slow trickle echoing into the metal basin. But underneath that drip, faint and warped through water, came a whisper. Natalie. I slammed the faucet shut, my hands shaking. The whisper cut off instantly. The next day, I checked the shoreline near the second pier. The sand was damp with waves, gulls wheeling overhead. But what stopped me cold were the prints. Not boot prints. Not animal tracks. Dozens of them. Pressed deep into the wet sand, leading straight into the water. And then disappearing. I crouched, tracing one with my glove. The toes were sharp at the tips, the heel narrow. Too narrow. Not quite human. Not quite anything else. The lake lapped faintly, as though mocking me. That night, I dreamed of the fish again. Not one, but hundreds. Their silver bodies writhing in the dark water. Every one of them had faces, mouths opening and closing in silent screams. And when the sound finally came, it wasn't muffled. It was deafening. Help us. I woke gasping, sweat chilling my skin. The crash of waves pounding through the cabin walls. But the sound didn't fade. It lingered, faint and steady, like something was whispering through the pipes. When I checked the sink, the tap was dry. The whisper kept going. By the third week, I knew the whispers weren't going to stop. Every night they came. Sometimes faint through the cabin's pipes, sometimes so loud, I swore they were just outside the window. The voices called my name in tones that shifted, my mother's, my best friend's. Strangers I'd never met, always muffled, always warbling, like water still clung to the syllables. I could have left, put in for reassignment, headed inland. But Lake Superior has a way of holding you. You think about leaving, but the thought itself feels like betrayal. Besides, some dark part of me needed to know. If there really were voices in the water, if faces were hiding in the scales of trout, then the lake was keeping something from us. and I had to see it. So one night, when the moon was high and the air still, I drove back to the pier alone. The boards creaked under my boots as I stepped to the edge, the lantern trembling in my hand. The lake stretched black and endless, waves lapping faint and steady. The smell of water and rot clung to the mist. I crouched and set the recorder on the boards, its red light blinking. "If you're there," I whispered, my voice shaking. "Show me." At first, nothing. The water moved slow, ordinary. My pulse thundered in my ears, the silence pressing too tight. Then the surface rippled. Shapes moved beneath. Dozens of them. Trout rising slow, silver bodies twisting just under the water. My breath caught as they broke the surface one by one. Their heads lifted, their mouths opening. And every one of them had a face. Not just human features this time, entire faces. Men, women, children, eyes blinking, lips moving. Dozens of mouths opening and closing in silent screams. The whisper rose. "Help us." It wasn't faint now. It wasn't muffled. It poured out of the water like air itself. Dozens of voices layered, rising into a chorus. My knees buckled. One of the fish twisted closer, its pale face half lit by the lantern. The lips moved, clear this time, shaping a single word. "Natalie." I stumbled back, bile rising in my throat. The recorder blinked red, capturing every sound. The water churned. Hands broke the surface. Not fish fins, not scales. Hands. Slick. Clawing at the air. They rose and fell like drowning swimmers, dozens of them, reaching for the pier. Faces lifted higher, mouths splitting wider, eyes rolling white. "Help us," they moaned, voices jagged, overlapping, rattling my skull. I backed away, boots scraping wood, lantern beams swinging wildly. My foot caught a loose board, and I nearly pitched into the water. For a heartbeat, I thought I felt fingers graze my ankle. I bolted. The voices chased me down the pier, echoing from the water, rising higher and louder until the lake roared with them. By the time I reached the truck, my chest heaved so hard I could barely breathe. I slammed the doors, turned the key, and didn't look back until the pier was swallowed by the mist. When I reached the cabin, I played the tape. My hands shook so badly I nearly dropped it. The first minutes were ordinary. Waves lapping, my voice whispering. Then the ripples began. And then the voices. "Help us," clear as day. The recorder caught every layer, every groan, every voice that rose from the water. The last minute was the worst. Hands slapping the pier, wood creaking under weight that shouldn't have been there. And finally, faint but sharp, one voice rising above the rest. "Natalie, join us." I snapped it off, bile burning my throat. I never brought that tape to the station. Never told anyone. I buried the recorder deep in a drawer and prayed no one would ever find it. That was 2 months ago. Since then, the whispers haven't stopped. Some nights they come from the pipes. Some nights from the lake itself, drifting through the mist. Once, I woke to hear them outside my window. Dozens of voices pressed against the glass, whispering in chorus. "Help us." And sometimes, when I walk the shoreline at dawn, I find footprints in the sand. Bare feet, toes sharp at the tips, heels narrow, leading out of the water, then vanishing. I don't know what's living in Lake Superior. Maybe not living at all. Maybe something caught between. But I know this. The trout with faces aren't mistakes of nature. They're vessels, mouthpieces. The drowned don't rest here. They wait. And when you hear them call your name, you understand too late that they don't just want help. They want company. I am Ranger Natalie Chambers, and the lake has found me. My name is Ranger Joel Maddox. I've worked Glacier National Park Patrol for 9 years, most of them along the high ridges and backcountry trails where few tourists bother to wander. People think of Glacier as pristine, a postcard of peaks and lakes, but the deeper you go, the stranger it feels. The woods here are dense, shadowed, and old, older than our words for fear. I've run into poachers before. You can usually spot them at night. Flashlights swinging through the trees, rifles cradled low, the smell of tobacco drifting on still air. They're dangerous, sure, but human. Predictable. That night, I thought I was looking at another one. It was late September, the moon sharp above the ridgeline. I was sweeping a valley trail, boots crunching frost, when I spotted movement near the tree line. A figure. Tall, thin, upright. I froze, my hand brushing the radio. The figure stood still, half shadowed by the trees, the outline sharp in the moonlight. What drew my eye were the antlers. Huge, sprawling racks of bone jutting high above its head. I frowned. Elk this close to the tree line wasn't unusual, but this thing wasn't moving like an elk. It was standing, upright, 2 legs planted solid in the dirt. My first thought was poacher. Some fool had strapped antlers to his head, maybe trying to bait another animal, maybe just being reckless. I raised my voice. "Park Service! You're trespassing!" The figure didn't move. Dropped the gear and stepped forward. Slowly, the head turned toward me. My breath caught. The antlers weren't strapped on. They grew straight out of its skull. The thing tilted its head farther, until the neck popped audibly, vertebrae grinding. The antlers rattled as it moved, a dry, brittle sound that scraped through the silence. My boots locked to the ground. My radio crackled at my hip, but I couldn't move to touch it. The figure stared for a moment longer. Then it dropped. Not like a man crouching. Not like an elk leaping. It collapsed to all fours in one impossible motion, bones snapping loud as kindling. Fingers, long, pale fingers, dug into the dirt. Then it bolted. It didn't run like an elk or a man. It scuttled, limbs jerking, antlers thrashing through branches. The speed was impossible. It vanished into the tree line in seconds, the sound of splintering wood fading fast. My breath tore out of me. Against every instinct, I followed. The trail it left was unmistakable. Gouges in the dirt, deep furrows torn by fingers, not hooves. The trees bore scratches where the antlers had raked against bark, leaving pale streaks. I didn't chase far. Every step into the tree line felt like stepping off the edge of something I couldn't see. The night pressed heavier, the silence settling sharp. After a few dozen yards, I stopped. The gouges ended. No tracks. No broken branches. Nothing but ordinary forest. I stood there, shaking. The frost crunching under my boots, the radio hissing faintly. Then, from somewhere deeper in the trees, came the sound. The rattle of antlers. Dry. Hollow. Shaking against bone. I backed away, my light trembling over the gouges in the dirt, until I reached the trail again. I didn't stop moving until the station lights burned faintly against the night sky. I told no one. Because how do you write in a report that you saw something with antlers growing out of its skull? Something that dropped to all fours and ran faster than anything human. You don't. You carry it with you. But I know what I saw. And I know that somewhere in Glacier's backcountry, something still rattles its antlers in the dark. I told myself I wouldn't go back. That first night had been enough. The figure in the trees, the antlers sprouting straight from its skull, the sound of bones snapping as it dropped to all fours. the gouges it left in the dirt, long and deep, cut by fingers instead of hooves. My body wanted nothing more than to stay away. But Glacier has a way of drawing you back to the places you least want to tread. 3 nights later, dispatch sent me to the same valley. Reports of strange noises, a few campers uneasy about elk fights, echoing near the tree line. I didn't argue. I packed my gear, checked my flashlight twice, and drove out. The air was colder this time, the frost thicker underfoot. The moon hung low and swollen, flooding the valley with silver light. I moved slow, boots crunching softly, the radio crackling faint at my hip. At first, it felt like any other patrol. My breath plumed in the air, my light swept across trunks and roots, nothing out of place. Then I heard it, the rattle, faint at first, drifting from the trees. Dry, brittle, like antlers knocking together. My stomach dropped. I froze, every nerve firing. The sound came again, louder this time, closer. A hollow clatter that scraped through the night. Control. I whispered into the radio. But the words caught in my throat. If I called it in, what would I say? That I heard antlers but no elk. That the sound came from something standing on 2 legs. I shut the radio off. The rattle grew louder. Branches shifted in the tree line. Shadows bending. My light caught movement. Tall, thin, pale limbs weaving between trunks. Then the shape stepped out. The figure stood just beyond the edge of the trees. Moonlight caught its face, if you could call it a face. Pale skin stretched too tight. Eyes sunk deep. And the antlers, massive and jagged, erupted from the skull itself, bone rattling faintly with every movement. It tilted its head, vertebrae popping. The antlers shook, my throat locked. My boots felt nailed to the ground. Then it dropped again. The sound of bones, snapping, echoed sharp as it fell to all 4s, fingers digging into the dirt. My flashlight shook violently in my hand as it scuttled forward, impossibly fast, limbs jerking at angles no body should move. I staggered back, nearly tripping over a root, the beam cutting across its body. For a moment, I swore I saw its mouth open. Not wide. Too wide. Teeth glinting pale and jagged. Then it stopped. Not far from me now, crouched low, its antlers rattling softly. It stared, head cocked, as if waiting. I raised my sidearm with shaking hands. Stay back. I shouted, though my voice cracked thin in the air. The thing didn't move. It just rattled its antlers again, dry bone clacking together, a sound that vibrated straight into my chest. Then, slowly, it rose. Not to its full height, higher. Taller than any man, the antlers scraping low branches, its limbs stretching unnaturally as though bone and sinew had no limits. My knees buckled under the sight. And then, in the stillness, it whispered, "Joel." My own name carried from its unmoving mouth. I fired. The shot cracked the night, echoing through the valley. The figure staggered back a step, then straightened. No blood, no wound. Only the rattle of antlers, louder now, shaking, scraping. A chorus of bone clashing. I turned and ran. My boots hammered the frost, breath tearing through my chest. Behind me, the rattle followed. First faint, then deafening, a storm of bone clattering through the trees. Every instinct screamed that it was right behind me, its fingers clawing for my back. I didn't stop until the trail opened to the road, the truck looming pale in the moonlight. I threw myself inside, slammed the locks, and roared the engine to life. The valley disappeared behind me. By the time I reached the station, dawn was breaking. I sat in the truck for nearly an hour, hands locked tight on the wheel, ears still ringing with the sound. When I finally stepped out, I saw them. scraped deep into the truck's side panels. Long, finger-shaped furrows running the length of the metal. And faintly etched into the frost on the hood were shapes. Not scratches. Letters Joel. For 2 nights after finding my name, scratched in the frost on the hood of my truck, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it again. The tall, skeletal figure, its antlers rattling like dead branches, the sound chasing me through the valley. The whisper of my own name vibrated in my skull, until I wasn't sure if I was dreaming or remembering. I thought about requesting a transfer. I thought about quitting altogether. But Glacier has a way of binding you. Once you've seen something in these woods, you can't leave it behind. You feel the land watching, waiting. On the 3rd night, I stopped pretending I could avoid it. I packed a flare gun, my sidearm, the strongest flashlight I had, and hiked back into the same valley under a moonless sky. If the thing was going to keep following me, I'd rather meet it on my terms. The forest was silent as I walked, the kind of silence that isn't peace but warning. My boots crunched frost. My breath plumed white. Every step felt heavier, like the air itself didn't want me there. By the time I reached the gouges in the dirt, the same ones it had left before, my nerves were stretched raw. I stopped, flashlight beam trembling across the ground. The grooves looked fresh, like fingers had dragged there just hours earlier. The rattle came next, soft at first, drifting between the trees. Then louder, antlers clacking, dry and hollow, vibrating against my chest. My throat closed. "Come on," I whispered. "If you want me, show yourself," the forest answered. The shape stepped into the clearing. Tall, thin, antlers sprawling out of its skull like a crown of bone. It moved with a jerking slowness, head tilted, eyes sunk deep. The rattling grew louder with each step, scraping inside my skull. I raised the flare gun. My hand shook, but I held it steady. "Stay back." The figure didn't. It dropped to all fours, bones cracking sharp as kindling, fingers gouging the dirt. Then it scuttled forward, faster than anything alive, antlers thrashing through branches. I stumbled back, flashlight beam swinging wildly. It stopped just yards away, crouched low, antlers rattling violently. Then its mouth opened. The whisper slid out. "Joel." My knees threatened to buckle. I fired the flare. Red light exploded across the clearing, fire streaking into the night. For a moment, the figure convulsed, its antlers shaking, its limbs jerking wrong. The rattling turned to a shriek that tore through the trees. Then it steadied and rose, taller than before. Limbs stretching too far, antlers scraping the canopy. My chest seized as it leaned closer, eyes catching the flare's fading glow. The whisper came again. Not my name this time. "Join." I fired the sidearm, round after round. Bullets tore through pale flesh, but the holes closed instantly, skin knitting like smoke. The thing lunged, claws scraping earth, antlers rattling louder than gunfire. In desperation, I dropped the gun and swung the flashlight beam into its face. The light caught its eyes, sockets so deep they seemed endless. For a heartbeat, the figure froze. Its mouth opened wider, too wide, rows of jagged teeth gleaming. And then I saw them. Faces. Dozens of faces flickering along its skin, stretched tight against bone. Men, women, rangers. Eyes wide, mouths open. Silent screams etched into its body. One of them looked like me. I staggered back, bile burning my throat. "What are you?" I choked. The figure tilted its head, antlers rattling. The whisper rose again, dozens of voices layered, overlapping. "Use." The word shook the clearing. rattled the trees, vibrated through the ground. I fired the second flare. The light roared, brighter this time, searing across its body. The figure shrieked, faces writhing, antlers splitting, bone cracking loud as thunder. The rattling shattered into chaos. For the first time, it stumbled. I turned and ran. Branches tore at my arms, frost crunching under my boots, lungs burning with every breath. Behind me, the shrieks rose higher, then cut off abruptly, leaving only silence. I didn't stop until the station lights glowed faint in the distance. By dawn, I filed no report. I told no one. What could I say? That the antlered thing wasn't just alive. It was many lives stitched into one, rattling bones to lure me in. That one of those faces was mine. I haven't seen it since, but I've heard it. Some nights, when the wind dies and the forest holds its breath, the sound comes again. The rattle of antlers. Dry. Hollow. Close. I am Ranger Joel Maddox, and Glacier's backcountry isn't empty. Something wears the woods like a mask. Something waits, and it knows my name. My name is Ranger Leah McIntyre, and I've been stationed in Maine's North Woods for 7 years. If you've never been up here, imagine a place where the land seems endless, a green labyrinth of pine and spruce, cut through with blackwater bogs and logging roads that vanish into nothing. Some people call it beautiful. I suppose it is, though when you're out here alone long enough, the silence of the woods starts pressing against you like a heavy hand on your chest. That silence hides things, and over the years I've learned that not everything in the forest wants to be understood. Most of my work is the usual ranger business, guiding lost hikers back to trails, monitoring wildlife populations, checking campsites for fire hazards, keeping drunk fishermen from getting themselves drowned. But every now and then, something slips into my reports that doesn't fit the standard categories of wildlife encounter or usual sighting. I've learned to tuck those details between the lines, keep them vague. People don't like hearing that their wilderness is stranger than they think. It was late September when I first saw the coy dog. Autumn comes quick and early in the North Woods, and the trees were already bleeding color, their crowns flaming red and orange, while the ground turned to a sodden carpet of needles. I'd been sent out to patrol a stretch of trail near Bigelow Township. There'd been complaints from campers about a coyote pack getting too close to tents at night, sniffing around for food scraps. Coyotes themselves don't bother me. They're skittish, smart, and rarely a threat unless rabid or cornered. A coy dog, half coyote, half domestic dog, is another matter. They're unpredictable, carrying the wariness of the wild, but the boldness of dogs, and you can never quite guess what they'll do. I had the trail to myself that evening. The sun was gone, but the sky still held a dim violet glow between the treetops. My flashlight swung in front of me in a steady arc, cutting a pale tunnel through the undergrowth. The air was damp enough to carry sound, and I remember hearing my own boots crunch over wet gravel louder than seemed natural. The woods were too quiet. No crickets. No distant yips of coyotes. It made me think of being watched. That was when I saw it. At first I thought it was a dog. Some hunter's mutt that had strayed from camp. It sat in the middle of the trail about 30 feet ahead, not moving. Its body was coyote, lean, but there was a softness in the fur that hinted at domestic blood, a streak of pale tan down its chest, like you'd see on a shepherd mix. The creature wasn't panting from exertion. nor crouched as if ready to bolt. It was just sitting, watching me, and smiling. That was the only word that fit. Its mouth was open, tongue curled slightly, but there was no breath puffing out, no quick flare of the ribs. It wasn't panting. Its lips were pulled back in a way that mimicked the human gesture too perfectly. Not a snarl, not a threat, a smile. I froze. One hand tight around the handle of my flashlight. Animals bare their teeth to warn you away. This thing was showing them to greet me. The longer I stared, the more wrong it felt, because the eyes above that grin weren't angry or scared. They were calm, expectant. I raised the beam of my flashlight higher, catching it full in the face. The eyes glowed like twin amber coins, and the smile widened. Slowly, almost deliberately, the corners of its lips stretched back farther than they should have, until they touched the dark rims of its eyes. Skin shouldn't bend like that. I felt my throat tighten, and before I could move, I heard it. A sound like something hard dropping onto stone. The coy dog's first tooth hit the dirt. Then another. I watched in mute disbelief as its canines tumbled loose, followed by the smaller incisors. Each one fell with a delicate clatter that echoed unnaturally in the silence. The grin didn't change. Tooth by tooth, the forest floor filled with white enamel. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even step back. When its jaw was finally empty, just black gum shining wetly in the beam of my flashlight, the smile remained. The creature tilted its head as though curious, and for one insane heartbeat, I thought it was proud of what it had done. Proud to show me the ruin of its own mouth. That was when my radio crackled, the static startling me out of the trance. I jerked the beam away and raised it instinctively into the trees. When I swung it back, the coy dog was gone. Not a sound of brush moving. Not a single paw print in the damp dirt. Only the teeth remained, scattered like dice across the trail. I didn't collect them. I didn't even kneel to look closely. My hands were shaking too badly, and I could feel panic crawling up my spine like 1,000 ants. I forced myself to keep walking, faster now, until the trail met the gravel service road, and the woods thinned. I didn't realize I was holding my breath until the ranger station lights came into view. Later that night, when I tried to write my report, I found myself unable to put the details into words. Coyote encounter. I typed, then deleted it. Coy dog observed. I tried again, but my fingers trembled until the words blurred on the screen. In the end, I wrote only animal sighted on trail. No incident. But when I closed the laptop, the sound followed me. The soft clatter of teeth striking dirt, over and over. A sound that doesn't belong in the woods. A sound I know I'll hear again. The next morning, I convinced myself I had overreacted. Fatigue. Shadows, nerves. Out here, after a dozen hours of quiet, the mind invents threats where none exist. That's what I told myself as I sipped burnt coffee at the station and tried to shake the echo of enamel on dirt. But I couldn't let it go. The rational part of me insisted. I needed to revisit the trail, if only to prove to myself that the thing had been real. Maybe the teeth would still be there. Maybe they'd turn out to be stones that my brain had mistaken for something else. Evidence would bring me peace, I thought. By mid-morning I was hiking again, this time in daylight. The woods didn't look quite as ominous under the sun. The reds and golds of autumn, leaves dazzled between the pines. A pair of chickadees flitted across the trail, their high chirps breaking the hush that had unnerved me the night before. It should have felt normal, but my stomach was tight the whole way, as though waiting for a curtain to lift and show me what had been hiding behind it. I reached the bend where I'd frozen in my tracks the night before. The light came through patchy and golden, but the spot was unmistakable. I remembered the exact angle of the trunks, the hollow where I'd first spotted it sitting. The ground was clean. No teeth. Not one. I knelt and sifted through the dirt with my fingers. Only grit, pine needles, a scattering of fallen leaves damp with dew. My pulse thudded in my ears as the certainty sank in. I hadn't imagined those little clatters. I hadn't dreamed the glint of white scattering across the path. Something had taken them. A coyote wouldn't gather its own teeth. No raccoon or fox would have bothered. They weren't here because someone, or something, had needed them. I stood and felt the forest staring back. You'll laugh if you've never been out in real wilderness, but you can tell when the woods are empty and when they're watching. It's a weight behind your ribs, a change in the silence. Every time I turned, I half expected to see that smile again, lopsided now, pink gums glistening. I didn't last long. After 10 minutes of pretending to examine tree bark and scat along the trail, I gave up and returned to the truck. My report that afternoon was perfunctory. Trail clear, no unusual sign. The lie tasted bitter, but it was easier than trying to explain what was missing from the dirt. That night, I woke to scratching. It was faint, just at the edge of hearing. Nails against wood. My cabin is set back from the main ranger station, a one-room shack meant for overnights when I'm too tired to drive home. It's simple. Cinder block base, timber frame, screened porch. The sound came from the far wall, near where my bunk pressed against the boards. At first, I lay still, telling myself it was a porcupine. They'll gnaw on cabins sometimes, chewing the salt from sweat, stained wood. But the noise was rhythmic, deliberate. Scrape, scrape, pause. Scrape. I reached for my flashlight. The beam jittered across bare shelves, stove, the closed door. I swallowed, stood, and crept to the window. The glass reflected my pale face back at me, the dark beyond impenetrable. Then, between one blink and the next, 2 amber sparks appeared in the black. Not action caught by accident, but fixed, steady points. Watching me. My mouth went dry. The scraping stopped. The eyes didn't blink, and then, slowly, impossibly, I saw them rise, floating upward as though the creature's head were tilting back. A grin carved itself beneath those lights, faint at first, then unmistakable. I stumbled from the window, hard hammering. By the time I found the nerve to glance again, the glow was gone. The wall outside was silent. Sleep was impossible after that. I sat at the small table, every lamp burning, writing and rewriting notes I knew I'd never turn in. My hand cramped from pressing too hard, trying to capture something that wouldn't fit into sentences. At dawn, I stepped outside. The earth around the cabin was undisturbed. No tracks, no broken brush. Nothing but wet leaves plastered to the ground. By the 3rd day, the smiling had followed me into dreams. I'd wake with my jaw aching, convinced I'd been grinning in my sleep until my face cramped. My reflection in the mirror seemed too eager, lips too wide, like something was practicing expression through me. I stopped telling myself I'd imagined it. Whatever the coy dog was, it hadn't been content to sit on that trail. It wanted to be remembered. It wanted to stay close. The woods felt different after that. Every patrol laced with the threat of turning a corner and seeing teeth spill into the dirt again. I started carrying my sidearm on short hikes, something I rarely did. When colleagues asked, I blamed reports of bears. But the worst moment came nearly a week later, at the fire tower. The tower is a skeletal metal frame, climbing above the treetops, the kind that sways under your boots if the wind picks up. I'd gone up to check the radio relay equipment. From the platform, you can see for miles. Rolling forest, distant lakes catching the sun like mirrors. Usually it clears my head. That day, it made me dizzy. Because in the far distance, along the thin scar of a dirt road, I saw something sitting. A pale dot in the endless green. Sitting exactly the way it had on the trail. Still. Patient. Even across that distance, I swear it was smiling. I started carrying the teeth in my head. Not literally, of course. But the memory of them, the way they clattered. The way the trail looked littered, like dice thrown by. Something that didn't care about odds. Lived behind my eyes every time I blinked. The strange thing was, I didn't see them when I looked at the dirt again. But I felt them, the absence of them, as though that hollow space on the trail had been carved into me too. My supervisor asked why I'd been logging extra patrols. I told him it was the season. Hikers lost in the cold. Campsites needing inspection before frost. He nodded, didn't press. Maybe he could see that I wasn't sleeping, that the lines under my eyes weren't from paperwork. If he suspected more, he didn't ask, and I didn't offer. How do you tell someone the woods themselves are turning to look at you? By the second week, I noticed changes around the cabin. Not damage, not tracks, nothing so obvious. Just little shifts. My porch chair, angled slightly toward the tree line instead of the lake. A pile of kindling I swore I'd left stacked. Lie splayed like something had pawed through it. Once, I found a pine cone placed directly on my doorstep, positioned upright like a marker. None of it dangerous, but deliberate. At night, the dreams grew stronger. I'd find myself walking the trail again, flashlight beam wobbling. Only this time the teeth didn't fall from the coy dog's mouth. They fell from mine. I'd spit them into my hands one by one, and the creature would watch, smiling wider each time. I'd wake with my jaw sore, tongue probing each tooth in panic, until relief flooded in. Still there, still mine. For now, the fire tower sighting haunted me most of all. I tried to rationalize it. A dog, a stump, a shadow. But I couldn't shake the sense that it had been waiting. Not random, not chance. Directed. And it had seen me too across those miles. So when I returned to the tower a few days later, I did something reckless. I brought binoculars. The sky was gray. The kind that makes the woods look like they've been washed in ash water. I climbed, metal stairs groaning, and reached the platform. My hands shook as I raised the binoculars, sweeping the ridge lines, the cuts of road through endless trees. At first, nothing. Just colorless wilderness, empty and vast. Then movement near a clearing. A shape slipping between shadows, lean, furred. My breath caught. I focused, and there it was. Standing at the edge of the clearing, head cocked. Even magnified, the smile was there. Impossible, grotesque. Wide enough that I swore I could see gums. And then, as if it knew I was watching, the creature bent its head low and spat something into the grass. White glints scattered. Teeth again, but not its own. Too large, too square. Human teeth. I dropped the binoculars, chest hammering, nearly tumbling off the platform. When I scrambled to look again, the clearing was empty. Back at the cabin, I locked the door. I'd never locked it before. The woods had always felt like my ally, even in their cruelty. That night, though, I couldn't shake the sense of betrayal, as if the forest itself had decided to turn on me. Sometime after midnight, I woke to noise. Not scratching this time, but breathing. Long, slow breaths pressed against the thin wood of the wall behind my bunk. In. Out. Patient. I sat frozen for minutes, maybe hours, until it stopped. When dawn came, I went outside with my sidearm drawn. The earth was clean. No paw prints. No sign at all. Except, directly under my bedroom window, I found something waiting. A tooth. I didn't touch it. I didn't even kneel. Just stared at that yellowed molar half. Sunk in the mud, its roots slick with something dark. My stomach turned, and I backed away into the cabin. By then I couldn't deny it, this wasn't a coy dog. It wasn't an animal at all. It was something wearing a body to get close. Something that liked to trade in teeth. Something that smiled because it wanted me to understand that it knew what a smile meant. That evening, I tried to leave. I packed my bag, threw it into the truck, and pointed myself south toward the nearest highway. But 20 minutes down the gravel road, I found the way blocked. A tree lay across the path, freshly fallen, bark stripped bare as if gnawed. The wood stank like rot, though it had been green that morning. I considered turning back, trying another route, but when I checked the rearview mirror, I froze. On the road behind me, standing in the dust, was the coy dog. It didn't chase, didn't even move, just stood there, smiling as though amused at the thought I'd ever leave. Its mouth opened wider, and I swear I saw the sockets of its gums dark and yawning, as if ready to collect more teeth. I drove back to the cabin, not because I wanted to, but because it felt like I had no choice. The road had been decided. That night, when I finally forced myself to sleep, the dream was worse. I woke to the feeling of something tugging inside my mouth. My jaw ached, and when I staggered to the bathroom mirror, I saw blood on my tongue. A tooth was loose. My own. I touched it, felt it shift. And behind me in the mirror's reflection, for the briefest instant, something else smiled. My name is Frank Hollister, and I serve as a ranger for Olympic National Park, posted most often to one of the loneliest duties on the roster, fire watch. I'm stationed in a tower that rises out of the tree line like a lonely tooth, square and weather, beaten, perched on steel legs above miles of dense forest. People imagine the work as idyllic, but few understand the silence that comes with it. From dawn to dusk, sometimes dusk to dawn, I watch for the faintest plume of smoke among the rolling green ridges, the valleys veined with rivers, the endless ocean of evergreens. My life is binoculars, radio check, ins and long hours alone with the woods. I'm 52, nearing retirement, though I don't think of myself that way. I was raised in the Northwest and spent most of my adult life here, logging in my 20s. Then firefighting crews, eventually ranger service. I suppose the tower is where they send you once you've earned the right to be left alone, or maybe when you've aged out of the more physically punishing assignments. My knees aren't what they used to be, but my eyes are sharp, and I still wake before dawn like I did on the fire lines. Old habits never loosen their grip. The tower stands 40 feet high, with a square cab on top. Windows on all sides so you can see in every direction. Inside are the basics: a cot, a little propane stove, a two-way radio, a weather kit, and an Osborne fire finder mounted to the center table. That circular sighting device has been the ranger's compass for a century, helping pinpoint smoke on a map. It's half science, half ritual, the way we line up our sights and call in bearings to dispatch. There's comfort in its precision. Comfort is rare in this line of work. The forest can lull you into peace, but it can just as easily twist that peace into unease. When the wind goes quiet and the trees stop moving, the silence becomes oppressive. Every creak of the tower feels too loud. Every distant bird call carries weight, as though the woods themselves are listening. Solitude stretches the mind until it starts finding patterns where there are none, faces in bark, whispers in the static of the radio, shapes moving between the trees. You learn to dismiss it, or you go a little crazy. I've seen both outcomes. That morning began like countless others. I hiked up the trail before dawn, boots crunching through frost, stiff pine needles, my breath puffing white in the chill. The night shift ranger had signed off early, so the tower was dark when I climbed the final ladder. I've never minded that. Being the first to greet the day feels like possession, like the wilderness belongs to me for those moments. The sky was just beginning to glow along the eastern horizon, a pale lavender that promised clear weather. I carried a thermos of coffee in one hand, and my logbook tucked under the other arm. It was when I reached the hatch and swung myself onto the platform that I froze. Perched on the railing, no more than 5 feet away, was a bald eagle. I've seen plenty of eagles in my life. They're not as rare out here as tourists imagine. Usually they keep to the rivers, riding thermals above the salmon runs. But this one was not like the others. Its feathers were blackened, as though dusted in ash from a fire pit. The white crown and tail that should gleam like snow were gray and streaked, mottled like old charcoal. Its talons gripped the steel rail, scraping slightly as it shifted. And the eyes, it had the pale golden eyes of an eagle, yes, but there was a dullness in them, like coals smoldering after the flame has gone out. I froze, hand still on the doorframe, unsure if I should back away or move forward. Eagles don't usually allow a person so close without taking flight. They're wary, proud birds, predators who know their place above us. This one only tilted its head, slow and deliberate, as if measuring me. The silence around us was absolute, as though the forest had stopped breathing. When I stepped inside the cab and set down my thermos, I expected the bird to take off in a gust of wings. It did not. It remained there, talons clicking faintly, feathers giving off the faintest smell. Burnt pine, dry and acrid, the way the forest smells after a fire has swept through. My heart quickened. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it had been near a recent burn scar, coated in soot. Maybe it had roosted too close to a smoldering snag. Explanations are the ranger's shield against the unknown. Then the bird moved in a way no bird should. Its head began to turn. First left, then farther, its beak sliding past its shoulder, farther still until the rotation exceeded what was possible. I heard the creak, a noise like a heavy branch bending, under strain, wood groaning. The head rotated a full circle before it paused, facing me again, eyes unblinking. The sound it made wasn't the sharp whistle or scream of an eagle. It was a rasp, low and guttural, words shaped in a throat not meant for them. Burn again. The 2 words slid through the air, rough as embers stirring in a fire pit. My mind rebelled against them, even as my ears insisted I'd heard. Burn again. The phrase carried weight, like a command or a curse. My mouth went dry. I blinked once, twice, and the bird was gone. Vanished as if it had never been there. The railing was empty. Only the faint smell of smoke lingered, sharper now, curling in my nostrils. On the floor beside the railing lay a single feather, charred black along the edges, faintly glowing red in the dim morning light. Not burning with flame, yet smoldering all the same, as though heat radiated from within. I crouched and reached toward it, then pulled my hand back. The air above it was hot enough to sting. But the wood of the platform beneath was unscorched. Nothing should smolder without fuel. Nothing should smolder in air as damp and cold as dawn in the Pacific Northwest. And yet it did. I stood there, staring at it, until the rising sun flooded the tower with pale gold. The feather dimmed then, the glow fading, though it never went cold. It looked like an ordinary feather burned at the edges, fragile and brittle. I picked it up carefully with my logbook, wrapped it in paper, and stored it in my pack. I told myself I'd take it to the biologists at the station, let them laugh, and say it was simple chemical residue, some natural quirk. That's what I wanted to believe. But the words stayed with me. Burn again. A phrase that echoed like the crackle of flame, like the roar of wildfire. I thought of the old scars hidden in this forest, the blackened skeletons of trees from blazes long contained. Fire is part of the land cycle. It burns, it grows back, it burns again. But the way the eagle had spoken, there was intent in it. Not inevitability, but desire. All morning I tried to shake it. I set up my logbook, noted the weather conditions, made my routine radio call to dispatch. They asked if I'd relieve the night shift on time. I said yes. They asked if visibility was good. I said yes. They asked if I'd seen any smoke. I said no. My voice sounded calm, professional, clipped. Nothing in my tone suggested that I'd been confronted by something impossible, something that shouldn't be spoken aloud. After the call, I poured coffee from my thermos and stared out across the vast green ocean of trees. My hands trembled slightly. I told myself it was just nerves, a trick of dawn, exhaustion from the hike. The brain plays games in solitude, filling silence with phantoms. But deep down I knew what I'd seen and heard. And worse, I felt that the woods knew I had heard it too. The forest seemed to lean closer, waiting, listening. That was the beginning, the first sign. I didn't know it then, but the eagle was not a singular visitation. It was an omen, or perhaps a harbinger. And whatever fire it whispered about was not yet finished with this land, or with me. I didn't tell anyone about the feather right away. In ranger work, superstition isn't encouraged. You're trusted to give clean facts. Wind speed, humidity, fuel, moisture. Not stories about birds that speak. If you start sounding unsteady, the brass will quietly pull you down from the tower. And once they do, you don't get the post back. Out here, trust is everything. A single bad call can mean a forest burns unchecked. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about the eagle's voice. Burn again. I carried the feather down to base at the end of my shift, wrapped in a torn page of my logbook. I didn't want it rattling around loose in my pack. When I unwrapped it later that evening in my cabin, the edges still glowed faintly in the dark, like a coal buried in ash. The glow never brightened enough to ignite, but it never went out either. I set it inside a tin coffee can and slid it under my bunk. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. The first week passed quietly. Routine weather calls, patrols, hikes back and forth from the tower. The forest was damp from spring rains, the rivers running high. Fire season usually doesn't ramp up until July, when the sun bakes the soil to dust. By rights, I should have had nothing to watch but clouds and tourists. Yet every day I thought I caught something wrong. Once, while scanning with binoculars, I saw a thin gray column rising from a slope 10 miles out. I called it in, gave the bearing, and waited. A helicopter crew checked it, reported nothing. No campfire, no smoke, no burned scar. I told myself it must have been fog catching the light. The next day, it happened again. In a different direction. Same result, no source, no trace. Dispatch started to sound skeptical. Maybe my eyes were tired, they suggested. Maybe I was chasing shadows. But I know smoke. I've fought too many fires not to. I know the difference between fog, dust, and burning timber. What I saw was real, if only for a moment. The forest itself seemed restless. At night, the wind carried strange scents, acrid pine resin, char, the metallic tang of scorched earth. No fire reports ever came in. The woods were still damp, too damp to burn. Yet the smell would wake me from sleep in the tower, sharp in my nostrils. I'd climb down, sweep the perimeter with my flashlight, and find nothing but the glisten of wet needles and moss. Then came the animals. The park is full of them. Black-tailed deer, elk, the occasional cougar or bear. But they started behaving strangely. A herd of elk gathered near the base of the tower one dawn, standing in perfect silence, not grazing, just watching. Their eyes reflected pale in the half-light. When I moved, they bolted in unison, the ground trembling under their hooves. 2 days later, I found a crow on the stairs halfway up the tower. It had burned to ash where it sat, nothing left but charred bone and a blackened outline on the metal grating. The smell clung to my boots for hours. All the while, the feather under my bunk refused to die. I checked it often, sometimes against my better judgment. It lay there smoldering, never less, never more. It seemed to pulse faintly when I drew near, like the rhythm of breath. One night I swore it gave off a sound, a faint hiss, like sap boiling in fire. I slammed the tin shut and shoved it deeper under the bunk, heart hammering. Whatever it was, it belonged nowhere in this world. By the second week, I began to dream of fire. Always the same, I stand in the tower, scanning the horizon, and flames erupt from all directions at once. They roar higher than treetops, red waves rolling toward me. And above them circles the eagle, wings massive, feathers blazing. It doesn't scream like a bird. It laughs, low and rasping, the same words repeating burn again. I wake drenched in sweat, the taste of smoke in my throat. I tried to keep my head clear by focusing on the job. Each log entry neat, each weather note precise. Yet sometimes, sentence, the pencil in my hand would scratch words I hadn't meant to write. Once I looked down and saw my neat ranger's script, spelling 3 words across the margin, BURNYTHUS. My hand had moved without my permission. I ripped the page out and stuffed it in the stove, watching the letters curl in the flames. The final straw came near the end of my shift one evening. I was making my last sweep with binoculars, sun dropping toward the Pacific, when I saw it. Not smoke, not fog, but fire. A single tree on a ridge 5 miles out blazed like a torch, crown alight against the darkening sky. I grabbed the Osborne fire finder, lined it up, radioed the bearing in. Dispatch went silent, then asked me to repeat. I gave the numbers again, voice sharp with urgency. They promised to send a helicopter. I kept my eyes locked on that ridge. Flames licked skyward, smoke rising. Minutes passed. The helicopter arrived, its thrum vibrating through the air. I watched it circle the ridge. Then the fire was gone. Just gone. The tree stood intact, green, unburnt, as if it had never happened. The chopper crew reported nothing unusual. My radio crackled with static, and for a moment I swore I heard a voice inside it. The same rasping whisper. Not yet. That night I went down to my cabin and pulled the tin can out. The feather inside glowed brighter than I'd ever seen. A dull red heartbeat in the dark. The paper I wrapped it in had turned brittle and black, crumbling at the edges. When I touched the tin, it burned my fingers. I dropped it with a curse, and the feather gave off a tiny flare, like it was feeding on my fear. I don't know why I haven't thrown it away. Some instinct keeps me from it. Maybe I'm afraid it would only return. Maybe I already know it belongs to me now. As much as the tower, as much as this watch. I feel tethered to it, as if my fate and the forests are wound together in its smolder. The next morning, the elk returned. Dozens of them, standing silent at the tree line, eyes fixed on the tower. When the wind shifted, I smelled smoke again, stronger than ever. It clung to me, sank into my clothes. I looked down at the forest and realized the truth I'd been denying. The eagle hadn't been a visitor. It had been a warning. And whatever it meant by burn again was drawing closer by the day. I kept telling myself the job was about facts. Rangers don't deal in omens, we deal in readings. Humidity percentages, wind direction, precipitation levels. Yet every fact I wrote in my logbook seemed to betray me. Clear skies, no active fires, fuel moisture high, and still the forest smelled of smoke. Still, the animals watched me as though they knew what I had heard. The feather remained under my bunk, though I started to dream it wasn't there anymore. In the dreams, it hovered over my chest as I slept, glowing brighter than a coal. Sometimes it spoke in the eagle's rasp, not words this time, but a steady chant, with us, with us, with us. When I woke, the tin was always in place, but the smell of char clung to the air. By the third week, dispatch had grown short with me. I'd reported smoke on 3 separate bearings, and each time they'd found nothing. They sent a supervisor up to walk the lines. With me, a man named Gary. I'd worked fires with him years ago. Gruff, practical, allergic to nonsense. We hiked together for half a day along the ridges, where I swore I'd seen smoke. He found no evidence, not even a footprint. When I tried to describe the solitary burning tree I'd seen, he shook his head. Eyes play tricks up here, he said. Heat shimmer, fog, cloud shadows, you know that. Don't start spooking yourself. We need steady hands in the tower. I bit down on my reply. He didn't see the feather. He hadn't smelled the night air when it turned acrid. I wanted to show him the tin, but some instinct stopped me. The thing wasn't meant to be passed along. It was mine now, and mine alone. That night, I sat in the tower, binoculars in hand, scanning the horizon. The air was unnaturally still. No wind in the trees, no sound of insects. Even the usual radio check, in from dispatch, came late, voices distant, as if through water. And then, in the north, it came. Smoke. Not a trick this time. Not wisps or fog. A column thick and black, rising fast from a basin 5 miles away. My heart hammered as I lined it up on the fire finder. Read the bearings into the radio. Static answered me. I repeated, louder, voice cracking. Still nothing. Then, under the static, I heard the whisper, again. The smoke grew, swelling into a column that should have been visible for miles. I saw flames at the base, licking through treetops, orange against the dusk. It was happening. After weeks of warnings, it was real. I grabbed my pack and bolted down the stairs, boots slamming metal. Adrenaline drowning thought. I hiked hard toward the basin, lungs burning, branches whipping my face. The smell of smoke thickened until my eyes watered. I expected to hear the roar of fire, the thunder of trees falling. But the forest was silent. No wind, no animals fleeing, just the taste of ash. When I crested the final ridge, the basin spread below me, green, unburnt, still. Not a trace of smoke, not a single flame. My stomach twisted. I turned in circles, searching, desperate. I had seen it. I had smelled it. And yet the forest lay untouched, as though mocking me. On the trail back, I stumbled on something that froze me in place. Another feather. Larger this time, half a foot long, edges curled and glowing faintly red. It lay directly in the path, waiting for me. I bent slowly, trembling, and picked it up. Heat bled through my glove. The glow pulsed once, then dimmed. When I returned to the tower, I set it beside the first one. 2 smoldering feathers now, beating like twin hearts. I didn't sleep that night. The next days blurred. More sightings. More phantom columns of smoke. Dispatch stopped humoring me. They told me, gently at first, then firmly, to stop reporting unless I could confirm with ground evidence. I wanted to laugh in their faces. Ground evidence. How do you prove what burns only for me? The animals returned. This time, not elk, but black bears. A sow and 2 cubs lumbered into the clearing below the tower, circling it as if testing the legs. They looked up often, eyes catching the light. Silent. I tossed a warning yell, the way you're trained to haze them. They didn't budge. Eventually they wandered off, but the silence they left behind felt heavy than before. By then, the dreams had worsened. Not just fire, not just the eagle. Now I dreamed of myself, standing in the flames, face blackened, eyes glowing like embers. In the dream, I wasn't afraid. I was smiling. I woke with my throat raw, as though I'd been breathing smoke. On the 5th night, the eagle returned. It perched on the railing again. Just as before, feathers scorched, eyes dull and burning. I froze at the sight of it. The smell of char filled the tower. Its head turned in that impossible circle, creaking. Then it spoke, voice rasping, louder this time. Soon. My knees weakened. I gripped the table for balance. What do you want? I heard myself whisper. The eagle leaned closer, beak almost touching the glass. Its eyes bored into me. You? It said. Then it spread its wings and vanished in a rush of soot. The tower shook, dust raining from the rafters. I staggered back, heart pounding. The railing was empty, but on the table lay a 3rd feather, still smoldering. I didn't sleep after that. Couldn't. I sat through the night, staring at the 3 feathers lined in a row, glowing faintly in the dark. A pattern forming. A countdown. Maybe. And when dawn finally came, the horizon to the east was rimmed with haze. Thin, distant, but unmistakable. For the first time, I wasn't sure if it was real or not. But one thing I knew with certainty, the fire was coming. I didn't mark the day in my logbook. I couldn't. The words wouldn't come. I just wrote the date, then stared at the blank line, pencil trembling in my hand. Everything else is burned into memory, seared so deep I can still smell it when I close my eyes. It began with the haze. For days, the horizon looked wrong. Sky tinged yellow, like the forest beyond the ridges was smoldering. Yet no reports came in, no fire crews dispatched. The radios were quiet except for static. When I tried to raise dispatch, their voices came broken, garbled, words lost like smoke in wind. The 3 feathers glowed steadily on the table. pulsing faintly in unison. I tried locking them away, stuffing them back into the tin. But every time I turned around, they were there again, spread across the fire thunder, smoldering as if they belonged to the land itself. That night, the animals returned. Not elk this time, not bears. Wolves. A whole pack of them, silhouettes in the clearing below, pale eyes catching starlight. They didn't howl. They didn't move. They just stared up at me, unmoving, silent, like sentries. My skin crawled. I turned away. But I could feel them still. Waiting. The smell hit me around midnight. Thick, choking smoke curling into the cab, burning my lungs. I grabbed my radio, hacking into it, calling bearings. South Ridge. Heavy column, probable crown fire. No reply. Just the whisper through the static. Now, I rushed to the windows. The world beyond burned. Flames ran like rivers down the valleys, climbed the ridges, devoured treetops in sheets of orange. I saw the sky painted blood, red sparks flying higher than the tower. My breath caught, chest tightening. It wasn't possible. Nothing in the fire reports matched this. The forest couldn't burn so fast, not in a single breath. But it did. I was watching it. And then the eagle came. It burst out of the inferno, wings vast, trailing cinders. It circled the tower, head turning full around as it passed, bones creaking loud as thunder. Its feathers dripped flame, sparks raining onto the roof, yet nothing caught. It landed on the railing and stared straight into me, eyes glowing like twin coals. Burn, it rasped. My knees gave way. I stumbled back, choking, heat washing through the glass. The 3 feathers on the table lifted into the air, glowing brighter, spinning slowly in a circle. I shouted into the radio.
Voice cracking. This is Hollister! Tower 3!
Fires here, fires. Static drowned me out. Then the eagle's voice came through, layered over the crackle. You are chosen. The feathers flared, and suddenly the whole cab was full of light. I raised my arms against it, skin prickling, heat unbearable. For a heartbeat, I thought the tower had gone up in flames. But when I lowered my arms, the walls were intact. The fire wasn't outside anymore. It was inside me. I saw it then, clearer than I've seen anything in my life. Not a dream, not a hallucination. A vision. The forest wasn't dying in the fire. It was changing, renewing, feeding on destruction the way lungs feed on air. Every blaze, every blackened ridge, every regrowth. It was part of a cycle older than the park, older than mankind. And I wasn't just a witness to it. I was part of it. The fire wanted a voice. It had chosen mine. The eagle leaned closer, beak nearly against the glass. Burn again, it said. Softer this time, almost gentle. And I understood. I don't remember leaving the tower. One moment I was inside, trembling. The next I was on the ground below, the pack of wolves gone, the forest utterly still. The horizon glowed faintly, but no flames touched the trees. The air was cool, damp. Nothing burned. My radio hissed faintly in my hand. Dispatch's voice broke through, distant, tinny. Tower 3. Come in. Tower 3 status check. I lifted the mic, lips cracked, throat raw. For a long time, I said nothing. Then, in a voice not quite my own, I whispered, clear skies, no smoke. The line went silent. Back in the cabin. The feathers were waiting on my bunk, glowing steady as heartbeats. I didn't try to move them again. They weren't warnings anymore. They were promises. And now, each morning when I climb the tower, I feel it in my chest. The heat, the cycle, the inevitability. I don't watch for fire anymore. I wait for it. I know it will come, and when it does, I'll be ready. because the eagle was right. The land will burn again, and so will I. My name is Holly Greaves, and I work patrol at Yellowstone National Park's east entrance. It feels strange to start this like a report, because what I'm about to tell you isn't something that belongs in the official logs. Those get filled with notes about broken fences, cars stuck in ditches, tourists who think feeding a wild bear a granola bar will make for a cute video. I write those up in neat, professional language, submit them to the district office, and file them away with the rest. But this is not something I could down on government letterhead. This is something I have to write in my own words, as myself, because if I tried to reduce it to a bullet point list: date Tuesday, location Highway 14, incident, unidentified anomaly involving bison, it would dissolve into nonsense. And I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know that even if no one else believes me, if I don't put it into words now, it'll rot in me until I start to doubt my own sanity. I've worked here for 6 years. My assignment covers the Eastern Corridor, roadways, pullouts, hiking trails that wind up into the Absaroka Range. It's beautiful country, harsh but clear, where the morning light spreads gold across the ridges and the evening shadows roll down like a tide. I tell people I have the best office in the world, and most days it's true. I spend hours alone, watching rivers thread their way through the valleys, listening to the wind moving through the lodgepole pines. The solitude doesn't scare me, it steadies me. Out here the air feels honest. And the bison, God, the bison are the heart of the place. Tourists call them buffalo, which is technically wrong, but the word's lodged so deep in American folklore, I don't bother correcting anyone anymore. They're immense, shaggy, prehistoric things, with shoulders like battering rams and eyes that look as if they've been carved from volcanic rock. They can weigh a ton, run faster than a horse, and swing their horns like a wrecking ball. They look lazy when they're grazing, but I've seen one flip a Subaru onto its side, just because a family got too close with their cameras. I respect them, fear them a little. You can't work this land without learning that lesson early. They were here long before us, and they'll be here long after. That's why, the night it happened, I didn't think much when I came around the bend and saw a bison standing in the middle of the road. It was close to midnight. I was driving back along Highway 14, the mountain road that snakes its way down from Sylvan Pass to the Eastern Gate. In the dark, my headlights swept ahead like two narrow eyes, and then they lit up a mass of brown fur and curved horns. I slammed the brakes. The truck skidded, tires squealing, before jerking to a stop. My pulse banged in my ears. But once I steadied, I let out a short laugh. It wasn't unusual. Bison own these roads as much as we do. They wander onto the pavement because the asphalt holds heat, or simply because they feel like it. Usually they don't move for a while, and you just sit there waiting. I honked my horn once. Nothing. The animal stood broadside at first, blocking both lanes. It was massive, even for a bull. The ridge of muscle on its back looked like a wall of earth. But then, slowly, it turned. Not to leave the road, not to shift aside. It turned until it was square to me, facing me head on, and it froze. Its eyes caught the headlights. Instead of reflecting yellow or red the way most animal eyes do, they glowed a flat, cold white, like snow under a full moon. I felt a tremor run through me. I honked again, harder this time, and the sound bounced uselessly off the trees. The bison didn't blink. I flashed my brights, quick bursts meant to startle it off the asphalt. Still nothing. No twitch, no snort, no stamp of hoof. That's when unease began to slide up my spine. Something about the stillness was wrong. Bison are stubborn, sure, but they're never statues. Even when they're resting, their heads swing, tails flick, steam rises from their nostrils. This one, nothing. It was too fixed, too absolute, as if carved out of obsidian and planted in the road just for me. I leaned forward over the steering wheel. My chest ached from how tightly I was gripping the wheel. "Come on, buddy," I muttered. "Move along." That's when it moved, but not in any way a living creature should. Its neck began to bend backward. Slowly, agonizingly slow, as if some invisible hand had taken hold of its chin and was pushing. The horns swept up until they scraped the broad ridge of its spine. I heard it, a hard, brittle sound, sharp as a rifle shot, echoing through the still night. The bull's eyes never left mine, white, blinding. Impossible. I must have blinked, or maybe the truck's headlights stuttered, because the very next instant the road was empty. Empty asphalt stretched ahead of me, blackened like with moonlight. No tracks, no shape moving into the tree line, no breath hanging in the cold air. Gone. My heart jackhammered as I threw the into park and leaned out the window. The silence pressed heavy. Even the crickets had stopped. I don't remember shifting back into drive. Don't remember rolling forward again. What I remember is my hands trembling so hard on the wheel. I thought I'd lose control of the truck. I remember forcing myself to breathe. In and out, counting each beat. I remember the creeping thought that maybe I'd fallen asleep at the wheel and dreamed it. But when I made it back to the ranger station and checked my dash cam, because I had to know, I found the footage. And there it was, my headlights. My truck stopped in the middle of the road. And me, visible in the cabin, hands locked on the wheel, face pale and drawn. But the road ahead was empty. No bison. Only me. When I came off shift that night, I didn't go straight home. I sat in the empty ranger station for nearly an hour, hunched over the desk with the dashcam file, looping on my laptop. Every time the headlights froze on that blank stretch of road, a hollow opened deeper in my stomach. I wanted to believe I'd hallucinated. Lack of sleep, long hours, maybe a reflection tricking my eyes. My mind clawed for reasons. Anything but the truth. But there I was on the tape, stiff behind the wheel, glancing at something, talking to something. And the road absolutely empty. I didn't report it. Couldn't. Rangers are supposed to be models of calm. We're the people who convince a tourist not to get too close to a grizzly, who walk into storms to rescue hikers, who pull bodies out of rivers when the rapids win. We don't get spooked by shadows. Still, I knew I couldn't carry it completely alone. The next morning, after a shower and 3 cups of coffee, I mentioned it casually to Jim Rourke. Jim's been here 20 years, the kind of man who looks carved out of timber and granite. He's gruff, dry, but he knows these lands better than anyone. Had a bull block me last night. I told him as we stood outside the garage, the sun rising over the ridge. Wouldn't move. Real stubborn. He raised an eyebrow. Stubborn's their middle name. What'd you do? I forced a shrug. Waited him out. Must have wandered off when I blinked. Damn near gave me a heart attack. Though, Jim chuckled. Better a bison than a drunk in a rental RV. Those things do more damage. I laughed with him, but inside I was shrinking. because what I'd seen wasn't a stubborn bull, and if I'd told him the truth, that the animal bent its neck until bones snapped, and then disappeared, he'd have looked at me the way you look at a coworker who's about to be quietly reassigned. So I swallowed it. The days passed in their rhythm. Patrols, paperwork, tourists asking if they could pet the elk. But the nights had changed. I'd lie in bed in my cabin, listening to the timber creak, and hear something heavy moving in the dark. Hoofbeats, faint and uneven, dragging across the gravel drive. The first time, I sat up, heart pounding. I thought maybe one of the local bulls had wandered down from the meadows. But when I crept to the window, the yard was empty. The moon lit the grass silver. Nothing stirred. Another night, I woke to the sound of breathing. Deep, guttural, rattling the air like a bellows. It was inside the cabin, or close enough that the walls trembled with it. I gripped the flashlight I kept by the bed and whispered to myself that it was a dream. But I didn't sleep again until dawn lit the edges of the curtains. By the third night, I stopped checking. The sounds came anyway, whether I looked or not. I started noticing other things too. Small things, the kind you could dismiss if you weren't already raw. My patrol truck's mirrors sometimes caught a shape behind me, a hulking shadow just outside the beams of the taillights. When I turned, there was nothing. One morning, I found a print in the mud outside the station door. A hoof print, larger than any Besson should leave. Too wide, too deep, as if the ground had tried to swallow whatever had stepped there. I didn't tell anyone. Not Jim, not Claire, not dispatch. I carried it like a fever, convinced that speaking it aloud would make it real. But the land itself seemed to know. One evening on patrol, I pulled into a turnout by the Yellowstone River. The sun had dropped low, setting the water aflame. I leaned against the truck, breathing, trying to shake the tension that had become permanent in my chest. Then, across the river, a shape moved through the pines. Immense, shaggy, slow. A bison. I almost laughed in relief. Just a real living animal doing what it's supposed to do. I raised my binoculars. But when the glass focused, I saw its neck. Crooked, bent wrong, as if bones had never healed. And its eyes, catching the last light. White, flat, watching me. The air went cold though the evening was warm. My breath shivered out of me. And as I lowered the binoculars, the shape was gone. The forest stood empty, wind rippling the needles. I sat in my truck until full dark, fingers locked so tight around the wheel they ached. I couldn't bring myself to start the engine. It felt like movement would draw it closer, like the thing was waiting for me to drive so it could step into the road again. When I finally forced myself to leave, I kept the brights on all the way back, but the whole drive, I felt eyes in the mirrors, glowing white, never blinking. Sleep became impossible. Even when exhaustion pulled me under, I never stayed there long. I'd jolt awake to silence that felt heavier than sound. My sheets damp, my skin cold as if the windows had been thrown into the winter night. One dawn, after another sleepless stretch, I found myself staring at the dashcam footage again. The file hadn't changed. My headlights, the empty road. Me in the driver's seat, whispering to something that wasn't there. But I noticed something I hadn't before. In the reflection of the windshield, just for a moment, there was movement. A shape looming over the hood. Not clear, not sharp, but large enough to blot the sky behind it. Horns. My stomach clenched so hard I had to look away. That day on patrol, I didn't turn on the radio. I didn't want voices, didn't want distractions. I wanted silence, so I could hear the world breathing around me, so I'd know the instant something broke it. By late afternoon, I drove up toward Sylvan Pass, where the road climbs along cliffs with sheer drop-offs. Snow still clung to the shaded gullies. The air smelled like pine sap and meltwater. Normally, that place fills me with awe, but that day I felt hunted. Halfway up the grade, I spotted movement ahead, a shape lumbering onto the pavement. My whole body locked. It was there again. Broad shoulders, matted fur, horns curved high. A bison. Only this time, I could see the neck even before it turned. Arched back, bent at a hideous angle, as if the spine had been broken and never healed. Its head lolled to one side, yet its eyes, they found me. White. Burning. I braked so hard my seatbelt snapped across my chest. The truck fishtailed, skidding sideways, tires spitting gravel toward the cliff. I corrected, heart hammering. The bison didn't move. It just stood, crooked, impossible, staring through me. I grabbed the radio mic with a shaking hand. Rourke, you copy? Static. I tried again. Jim, are you on frequency? I've got a bull blocking the pass. More static. The radio light glowed green, but no voices came back. When I looked up, the road was empty. The space where it had stood shimmered with heat, though the air was cool. The asphalt rippled as if under a mirage, and the smell, thick, metallic, choking, rolled through the cab. Blood. I gagged, shoved the truck into gear, and tore past. That night, I didn't go back to my cabin. I drove straight into Cody, an hour outside the gate, and booked a cheap motel room with buzzing neon and thin walls. I told myself it was for a change of pace, a chance to sleep. But deep down, I knew I was running, and it followed. At 3 a.m., the hallway outside my room groaned like something massive was shifting its weight. The light under the door went dark, blotted out by a shadow too big to be human. Then came the sound of dragging breath, rattling, wet, moving up and down the length of the doorframe. I clutched the motel's flimsy lamp like it was a weapon and didn't move until dawn bled through the curtains. When I finally opened the door, the carpet was covered in mud. Hoof-shaped stains, pressed deep, leading to my room and then away. The clerk swore no one had tracked mud in. No livestock anywhere near the lot. I checked out without arguing. From then on, it wasn't just nights. Daylight offered no safety. On patrol, I'd hear hoofbeats pacing me through the trees, though nothing ever appeared. At the gas pump one morning, the reflection in the window showed horns curving above my shoulders, though when I spun around, the lot was empty. One afternoon, Rourke stopped me outside the station. He squinted at me with that stone, cut face of his. "You look like hell, Greaves." "Yeah," I said, forcing a smile, not sleeping much. He studied me a moment longer. Then he said, "It's the East Road, isn't it?" The words hit me like a blow. My mouth went dry. "What do you mean?" But Jim just shook his head, muttered, "Never mind," and walked away. I stood there long after he'd gone, the world suddenly spinning in a new orbit. Because if he knew something, if he'd seen something, then this wasn't mine alone. That night, back in my cabin, I wrote a full incident report. Not the sanitized version. The truth. The bent neck, the white eyes, the disappearances, the hoofprints. Everything. I told myself I'd leave it on the superintendent's desk in the morning, no matter what happened to my reputation. But when I woke the next day, the report was gone. The paper, the pen I'd left on top of it, the folder I'd tucked it into. All of it vanished from the table. In its place lay a single, blackened bison horn. Curved, sharp, reeking of ash. I didn't touch the horn for 3 days. It lay on my table like a black crescent moon. Warped, edges sharp. No one could have placed it there. My cabin door had been locked. My windows latched. And yet it appeared. Ash flaking from its surface, as though it had been pulled from a fire still burning. Every time I tried to throw it out, something inside me froze. My hand would hover over it, trembling, unable to close. It wasn't fear exactly. It was something colder. A knowledge that it wasn't mine to discard. By the 3rd day, the air in my cabin had turned heavy. My lungs worked harder just to breathe. At night, I heard the dragging breath outside again, louder than before, until the walls themselves seemed to bow inward. That evening, I drove. I didn't know where. Only that I couldn't stay in those 4 walls another second. My headlights carved through the darkness of the highway, pulling me east, back toward the pass where it began. The horn rode on the passenger seat. I hadn't taken it, not willingly. But when I'd opened the truck door, there it was. Sitting upright, balanced as if placed with intention. I told myself I'd throw it into the river, leave it in the current, let the water carry it away. But my hands never turned the wheel toward the river road. They kept straight, steady, up into the mountains. The higher I climbed, the emptier the world became. Snow glimmered faint in the ditches. Trees hunched close, branches black against the stars. The night pressed down. Then, as I rounded the last curve before the summit, it stepped into the beams of my headlights. The bison, neck bent backward, horns scraping bone. Eyes white, glowing so fiercely they burned after images into my vision. I slammed the brakes. The truck screeched, slid sideways, came to a halt yards away. The horn on the seat rolled to the floor with a thud. The bison didn't move. It filled the road, a wall of fur and bone, steam rising from its hide like smoke. I grabbed the radio. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Graves. Do you copy? Static." My pulse roared. I tried again. 80 unit copy. The radio hissed and popped, then died, the green light winking out. The bison stepped forward. One hoof, then another, each fall shaking the pavement. I couldn't move. The air in the cab thickened until every breath was a battle. The animal stopped beside the truck. Its head lowered until one white eye stared through the window at me. Not through me, into me. My chest rattled with its breath. Each exhale burning like heat. Each inhale pulling something out of me I didn't want to give. My hand found the horn on the floorboard. The moment my fingers touched it, the bison's eye widened. The light inside flared. And in that blaze, I saw something. Not a bull, not an animal. I saw bones collapsing under their own weight. I saw fields blackened by fire. I saw shapes, human shapes, scattering across a plain as hooves thundered after them. I saw the land itself breaking, the ground split by 1,000 pounding bodies. A voice rattled through my skull, not spoken but forced inside burn again. My body moved before my mind caught up. I flung the horn out the open window. It hit the asphalt with a crack. The bison reared back, neck snapping further than possible, until the head hung upside down. From its gaping mouth poured smoke, thick and black, swallowing the headlights, the trees, the stars. I screamed, slammed the truck into gear, and tore forward. Tires spat sparks as I surged past the thing, through its smoke into darkness. For a moment, the world disappeared. There was no road, no mountain, only the choking stench of ash and blood. my lungs filled with it. My vision went white, and then clear. The night opened around me. The highway stretched empty, clean as if nothing had ever stood there. My rearview mirror showed only stars. I didn't stop driving until dawn broke over Cody. By then, my knuckles were split from gripping the wheel. Blood dried into the cracks of my skin. The horn was gone. I told myself it was over, that whatever had stalked me had taken back its relic and left me breathing. But every night since, I wake to silence thick as smoke. I hear hoofbeats pacing outside, slow, deliberate, and sometimes, in the stillest hours, I hear the voice again. Not loud, not urgent, just waiting, burn again. My name is Victor Ruiz, and I am a backcountry ranger stationed in Denali National Park, Alaska. I have worn the uniform for 11 years, long enough to think I understood what the wilderness was capable of. Denali does not soften itself for anyone. The land is indifferent to human frailty. The storms tear tents apart as easily as paper. The rivers shift their courses without warning, and the sheer distances between outposts can make you feel smaller than you thought a man could feel. I have patrolled glaciers, camped alone through weeks of sub-zero nights, an escorted search, and rescue missions where the missing were found frozen in places no map ever marked. I believed I had seen the worst of what the backcountry could throw at me. But I was wrong. The thing that unsettled me most in all my years out here was not a grizzly charging the trail or a moose blocking the road. It wasn't the cold that cuts to the bone or the sound of avalanches tumbling like thunder across the slopes. What unsettled me most was something that left no mark except where it shouldn't have been. Something that turned the natural order inside out. I can tell myself this story 100 times, and I still come back to the same impossible question. How do you fight a predator that is not there? I grew up far from Alaska. My family was from San Antonio, Texas, and I was the only Ruiz who ever looked northward with longing. Heat never sat well with me, and deserts felt like landscapes without secrets. They were bare, exposed, offering everything at a glance. I was drawn instead to the idea of endless forests, mountains rising like guardians, and snow that smothered sound until the world seemed to hold its breath. After college, I signed on with the Park Service, thinking I would spend a year or two in Alaska before heading somewhere less punishing. But Denali got into my blood. Its silence was a language I learned to speak. Each patrol became a conversation with land and sky, with wolf tracks and distant thunder. Most visitors imagine Denali as pristine, untouched. But those of us who work here know it is not a painting. It is alive, immense, restless. The tundra heaves and shifts as permafrost melts. Caribou herds drift like rivers across the valleys. Wolves test the air from ridgelines, their howls rolling down like voices from the old world. Sometimes I would hear them at night, far off, a chorus that made the fire seem smaller, but somehow more comforting too. Wolves remind you that the wild still belongs to itself. It was late winter when it happened. The park was locked in snow, and my patrol schedule placed me in a sector west of the Toklat River. I had gone out for a 3-day loop, skiing between survey markers and checking on an old trapper's cabin that we sometimes use as a supply cache. The first 2 days passed without incident. Cold, yes, and monotonous, but nothing unusual. I saw fox tracks in the wing marks of a great horned owl. I spotted moose in the willow thickets, their breath rising in steaming clouds. And once, at dusk, I heard wolves, distant, normal, beautiful. The third night was different. I had pitched my tent in a shallow valley, wind-sheltered and quiet, my skis propped upright in the snow. The sky was clear, stars sharp as broken glass. I had finished my meal of freeze-dried chili and was noting my location in my logbook when the sound began. At first it was only a single howl, long and mournful, rising from somewhere I couldn't place. Then another joined it, deeper, vibrating in my ribs. A third followed, and then another, until the air was full of sound. I had heard packs before. A dozen wolves can sound like a chorus, weaving voices together until you cannot count them. But this was different. The howls came from every direction, overlapping, building layer on layer until I felt as if the entire world were a throat-pouring sound into the valley. I set my pencil down. My hand was trembling. I told myself it was just a large pack moving through, that maybe they had scented something in the valley. Still, the sound unnerved me. I reached for my rifle, checked the chamber, and stepped outside the tent. The cold bit at my face instantly, but I barely noticed. My ears strained, trying to separate the direction of the voices. East, west, north, south. They came from everywhere. It was as if dozens of packs were encircling me, tightening in a spiral. My breath steamed in the moonlight, and I found myself turning in slow circles, rifle raised, scanning the ridges and slopes. Snow reflects light. With a full moon you can see for miles, every shadow crisp. But there was nothing. No shapes moving along the tree line. No dark forms slipping between rocks. Not even the flicker of Aishin in the beam of my flashlight. Just empty white and the deafening chorus of howls. My instincts warred with logic. Wolves are flesh and blood. They leave tracks. They do not materialize and vanish like fog. Yet the noise pressed closer, closer, until I could feel it in my chest. A vibration rattling the air itself. My scalp prickled. I shouted. Nonsense words, curses, a desperate attempt to shatter the spell. The howls did not pause. Then, as suddenly as it began, the sound stopped. One moment I was drowning in it. The next there was only silence. A silence so complete it seemed the world itself had exhaled and gone still. My ears rang. My breath came harsh and loud, and I realized I was shaking, my finger rigid on the trigger. I lowered the rifle slowly. The snow around my boots was untouched, the valley pristine. I told myself it had been an auditory illusion, some freak of acoustics bouncing off the mountains. I almost managed to believe that, until I looked down. At my feet, pressed into the snow, was a paw print, large, unmistakable, a wolf's. My beam swung outward, and my breath caught. There wasn't one print. There was a ring, a perfect circle of tracks surrounding me, each paw pressed deep and clear into the snow. They formed a boundary, no wider than 10 feet across, encircling me where I stood. No prints led toward the circle. None led away. Just the ring, closed and unbroken. I stared until my eyes watered. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. Wind-carved shapes. Old tracks revealed by shifting snow. A prank left by some other ranger. But no, the impressions were fresh, sharp-edged, their details so crisp you could see the drag of claws. And I had been alone all day. I backed toward my tent, never taking my eyes off the impossible ring. My breath rasped in the silence, and each step seemed louder than it should. When I reached the flap, I ducked inside and zipped it closed, though the thin fabric offered no protection. I sat with my rifle across my knees, light off, ears straining for any sound. Hours passed before exhaustion dragged me into a restless sleep. When dawn came, Pale light spilling over the ridges, the ring of paw prints was still there. Perfect. Untouched. My tracks leading to, and from the tent cut across them. But the circle itself remained inviolate, as if it had been placed there, by hands that cared nothing for natural order. I broke camp quickly, skis biting into the crusted snow. Every ridge seemed to hide eyes, though none revealed themselves. I carried the image with me mile after mile, that impossible circle, no entrance, no exit. The park was vast, but for the first time I felt there was no space wide enough to escape what had happened. I told myself I would write it in my log, send a report when I returned to the station. But when I finally reached the outpost, exhausted and hollow-eyed, I left the pages blank. Some things you cannot file away like paperwork. Some things refuse to fit into the language of forms and reports. I carried it instead in silence, until the silence grew heavier than the memory itself. That was the night I learned that the backcountry is not merely indifferent. It can notice you. It can turn its face toward you and decide, for reasons unknown, to close you in. And once you have been noticed, you cannot go back to being invisible again. When I returned from that patrol, I convinced myself silence was the best option. I made coffee in the ranger station, logged the temperatures, filled in wildlife sightings. All of it mundane, all of it safe. If I kept moving through the familiar motions, perhaps the memory would sink into the back of my mind, like stones in water. That is what I told myself. But the ring of paw prints did not leave me. I saw it every time I closed my eyes. Sharp as the day I'd stood surrounded. At night in the bunkhouse, I would wake to the echo of howling that wasn't there. The sound of my own heartbeat in the dark would morph into phantom paw, steps circling just out of reach. I told myself fatigue was playing tricks on me, that 3 days in the backcountry can fray nerves. But when I walked to the mess hall in the mornings, I found myself scanning the snowbanks for circles. The other rangers noticed. "You look wired, Ruiz," one of them said. "Like you drank jet fuel instead of coffee." I laughed it off. How could I explain something that violated the basic grammar of wilderness tracking? Out here, tracks are language. They tell you what passed, how recently, in which direction. They do not simply appear in closed shapes with no origin. That was like reading a sentence with no words, only punctuation. A week passed. I buried myself in duties, resupply runs, radio checks, paperwork. The banality was comforting. But the wild has ways of reminding you. It does not bend to routines. It was during a patrol near Wonder Lake that it returned. I had been skiing across a frozen stretch of tundra, the air brittle, the sky a flawless sheet of blue. The land stretched for miles, flat and silent, broken only by the dark line of spruce at the horizon. Halfway across, I stopped to drink from my thermos. That was when I heard it. A single howl, distant but unmistakable. My chest tightened. I looked around, the thermos lid halfway to my lips. The howl carried again, joined by another, and then another. Within seconds the air was saturated, layered with so many voices it felt like standing beneath a cathedral organ. The sound came from every direction. My throat went dry. The land around me was empty, a white desert, yet the sound pressed closer, vibrating through the ice beneath my skis. I spun, searching for movement, for shadows darting across the horizon. Nothing. Just the howling louder, nearer, impossible. I forced myself forward. Skis sliding, poles stabbing into the crust. Each stride felt like moving through water. The sound pursued me, wrapping tighter. until I thought I could feel hot breath on the back of my neck. I didn't run. Running would have shattered what little composure I clung to. I kept moving, deliberate, steady, while every instinct screamed to flee. And then silence. The abruptness hit like a blow. One moment 100 voices roared. The next I could hear only my own breath, ragged and harsh. I froze, chest heaving, ears straining. That was when I noticed the snow. Ahead of me, the surface was marked by paw prints. Not scattered, not leading anywhere, but forming another circle. Perfect. Unbroken enough that I stood at its edge. My next stride would have placed me inside. I stopped so sharply my skis hissed. The prints were crisp, fresh, pressed deep into the snow, as if a pack had just completed the ring. But there were no approach tracks, no exit, just the circle. I backpedaled, heart hammering, retreating the way I'd come. My breath fogged the air in quick bursts, each one shivering in the stillness. I kept moving until the ring shrank behind me, and the horizon swallowed it. Only then did I allow myself to stop. I wanted to radio it in, to speak into the void, and make someone else hear the fear in my voice. But what would I say? That invisible wolves were leaving me symbols in the snow. That I was being hunted by silence itself. The words would sound like madness. When I returned to the station that evening, I did not sleep. I sat in my bunk with the lights on, the rifle leaning against the wall, listening to the wind scar the eaves. My pulse jumped at every creak, every distant groan of shifting ice. I wanted someone else to notice, to share the burden, but the thought of saying it aloud made my throat close. It became a pattern. Patrol after patrol, I encountered the same impossibility. Sometimes it was a ring of paw prints near my tent at dawn. Sometimes it was a perfect circle carved into the snow along my trail, waiting for me like a snare. Once, I found one encircling the cabin I had slept in, as though the unseen pack had passed silently in the night, marking their claim. Always perfect, always without approach or retreat. The howling never lasted long. It would swell, suffocating, then vanish as if cut by a blade. Each time left me more hollow, more brittle. I found myself talking to the silence, muttering beneath my breath as though words might hold it at bay. Other rangers began to notice my change. One night in the mess hall, an older ranger named Dobson leaned across the table. "You're jumpy," he said. "Jumpy men don't last long out here. What's gnawing at you?" I wanted to tell him. The words clawed at my throat. But when I opened my mouth, I found myself saying, "It's nothing. Just the cold." He studied me for a long moment, eyes narrow, then nodded slowly. But I could see disbelief in his face. The wilderness is full of stories. Things rangers whisper to each other on long nights. Lights seen on distant ridges. Voices carried on the wind. The old ones talk about figures moving between trees, where no tracks follow. These tales float like smoke, dismissed with nervous laughter, but never forgotten. I had always thought of them as folklore, the mind's attempt to populate emptiness. Now I was living inside one. The breaking point came during a supply run. I had snowmobiled out to drop fuel at a cache, the machine whining across endless drifts. On the return trip, the engine sputtered, coughed, and died. I cursed, swung off, and bent to check the tank. That was when the air filled with howls, so close, so loud. It was as if they were standing a few feet away, throats raised, yet when I spun, rifle in hand, there was nothing. The machine lay silent, the snow unbroken. The howling rose to a frenzy, a wall of sound battering my skull, and gone. I turned slowly, my breath fogging. The snowmobile was encircled. A ring of paw prints. Flawless, tied around the machine like a cage. No brakes, no trails leading away. Just the circle. For a long time I stood frozen, the rifle heavy in my arms. The machine sat silent in its prison of prints, and I knew with sudden clarity that the circle was not random. It was deliberate. Each ring was not merely a sign, but a message, though I could not read the language. When I finally broke free, when I wrestled the engine back to life and tore across the snow, heart hammering, I carried that realization with me. This was not coincidence, not illusion. The wilderness had noticed me, chosen me, and it was speaking in circles. By the time I reached the station, I was trembling. Dobson looked up from the radio as I stumbled in. "Ruiz, you look like death walked over you." I wanted to collapse, to spill everything, but the words jammed in my throat. Instead, I shook my head, muttered something about a rough run, and retreated to my bunk. That night, lying awake, I realized something darker. The howls never came when others were near. The circles never appeared when patrols were shared. Only when I was alone. It was not just the wilderness speaking. It was speaking to me. And worse, it wanted me isolated. I stopped counting the nights I lay awake, waiting for the chorus to return. Sleep came only in fragments, shallow and treacherous, full of dream, howls that jolted me awake with the taste of iron on my tongue. Coffee became my crutch, bitter and bottomless. I tried to bury myself in routine trail checks, weather reports, repairs to the old storage sheds. But the routine cracked. My hands shook when I wrote in the logbook. My voice cracked on the radio. I was no longer a ranger carrying out his duties. I was a man hunted by silence. Dobson noticed. He watched me with that squint of his, an old man who had seen too many rangers burn out in too many winters. "You're carrying something," he said one morning as we loaded gear onto sleds. His tone was not accusation but fact. I shook my head, muttered, "Just tired." He grunted, not believing me, but let it drop. For the moment. The turning point came a week later. We were assigned to check a backcountry shelter together. A routine sweep to make sure supplies were dry. And the roof hadn't caved under snow. I was relieved at first. Company meant I could breathe. Perhaps whatever stalked me would keep its distance. We rode out on snowmobiles, the engines whining across the frozen flats. The sky was low, clouds dragging their bellies against the ridges. It was the kind of day where sound seemed muffled, caught in thick air. We reached the cabin by late afternoon, a squat log structure half buried in drifts. Inside, the air smelled of pine and kerosene. We checked the cache, blankets dry, stove intact, cans lined in neat rows. Everything ordinary. Dobson lit a fire while I stepped outside to relieve myself. The cold slapped me awake, sharp in my lungs. I was zipping my coat when it happened. A howl, sudden and near, split the air. My body locked. Not distant, not echoing from ridges, but close, inside the valley. I turned, heart hammering, scanning the tree line. And then another howl, deeper, layered. Then 3 more, then a dozen. The chorus rose in seconds, surrounding me, filling the valley with vibrating sound. "No," I whispered. My knees felt weak. My breath plumed in frantic bursts. The cabin door creaked open. Dobson stepped out, squinting. What the hell? He froze. The howling rolled over us both, louder than I had ever heard it, a wall of voices pressing in. His eyes widened. Christ almighty. Where are they? Relief and terror tangled in me. He could hear it. At last, someone else could hear. He lifted his rifle, scanning. "Do you see them?" "No," I croaked. My throat was raw, my skin crawling. "You won't." "What do you mean?" And then, silence. The howling cut out mid. Note, leaving the valley dead. Our breath fogged in the stillness, and the sudden absence was a blow to the gut. Dobson lowered his rifle slowly, eyes darting. "That's wrong. Sound doesn't just stop like that." I forced myself to look down. My stomach lurched. At our feet in the snow, a ring of paw prints encircled us. A perfect boundary, no breaks, no trails leading in or out. Just the circle, closing us in like prey. Dobson saw it too, his face drained. "How?" He trailed off, voice strangled. I whispered, "This is what I tried to tell you." He stared at me, eyes wide. "How long has this been happening?" "Since last patrol." My voice cracked. "Everywhere I go. Always when I'm alone. Until now." He shook his head slowly, backing toward the cabin. "This isn't right. This isn't anything." We retreated inside, slamming the door. The fire crackled, small and pathetic against the weight of silence outside. Dobson sat heavily on a bunk, rubbing his face with calloused hands. He looked older than I'd ever seen him. "You've been carrying this alone?" he asked. I nodded. He cursed softly, words like gravel. "I've heard stories. You stay out here long enough, you hear them. Voices on the wind. Lights in the snow. But this," he gestured toward the door. "This is something else." We sat in silence, the fire snapping. My hands trembled as I held them near the warmth. For the first time, someone else had seen, had heard. It should have been vindication. Instead, it was worse. Confirmation meant I wasn't losing my mind. Confirmation meant it was real. That night we took shifts. One of us sat awake while the other tried to sleep. I listened to the wind scrape against the logs, ears straining for howls. None came. The silence was not comfort. It was anticipation, like breath drawn in before a scream. In the morning, the circle was still there, etched into the snow around the cabin. Unbroken, untouched. Dobson wouldn't speak of it on the ride back. His jaw was clenched, his eyes fixed on the horizon. When we returned to the station, he filed no report. Neither did I. Some things cannot be written in forms. But something had changed. I was no longer the only witness. And that meant whatever stalked me was growing bolder. The weeks that followed confirmed it. The howling returned with brutal regularity. Sometimes it would wake me in the bunkhouse, rattling the windows, though no one else stirred. Sometimes it followed me in daylight, the chorus rising as I crossed valleys. The circles appeared in places they never had before. Once I opened the door of the radio shack and found a ring pressed into the snow around the building, sharp as if freshly made. Another time I woke from a restless nap in the outpost lounge to find a circle etched into the thin, frost coating the floorboards around my chair. That was when I realized it no longer needed snow. The circles could appear anywhere. I grew desperate. I scoured field manuals, wolf studies, anything that might give me a rational anchor. Wolves do not act like this. They hunt, they scavenge, they roam. They do not leave impossible symbols in silence. I asked Dobson if he'd spoken to anyone. He shook his head sharply. "You think anyone will believe us? They'll ground us both. Say we're cracked." "Maybe we are," I said. He didn't answer. Nights stretched long. Sleep deserted me. I would sit awake, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the first note of howling. It always came. The longer I waited, the closer it seemed to press. as though the unseen pack circled tighter with every encounter. And then came the night I understood it. It wanted more than fear. I had been assigned another solo patrol, though I argued for a partner. The request was denied. Resources stretched thin, too much ground to cover. So I went alone, heart heavy, rifle slung across my back. The first day passed uneventfully, though I fought eyes on me always. By nightfall I had pitched my tent in a narrow canyon. Sleep came in ragged fits. I woke to the howling loud enough to make the canvas vibrate. My chest seized. I grabbed my rifle and crawled outside. The sound was everywhere, pressing down like a storm. My flashlight beams skated over bare rock walls, the canyon floor empty snow. No wolves, only sound, and then it stopped. The silence fell like an axe. I looked down. The circle was there again, encircling my tent, but this time it was not a single ring. There were three, concentric, one inside the other, like ripples in a pond. My breath froze in my lungs. I turned slowly, beam quivering, and then I saw it in the snow. Just beyond the outer ring was something new. Not a paw print. A hand. Human. Large. Fingers pressed deep, splayed wide. Only one. No trail leading to it, no exit. Just a single handprint, as if something had crouched there, waiting before vanishing back into silence. I stumbled backward into the tent, heart slamming. I sat with the rifle aimed at the flap until dawn bled pale light across the canyon. When I finally stepped outside, the handprint was still there, clear, fresh. The circles were no longer just signs. They were messages, and the language was evolving. I told myself I could endure it, that whatever haunted me would fade if I refused to acknowledge it. But denial does not undo a circle etched into snow, nor silence the memory of a handprint pressed deep, where no hand had any right to be. The thing in Denali had noticed me, and once noticed, you cannot become unseen. The weeks after the canyon patrol blurred into exhaustion. I slept less and less, eating only because the body demands it. My hands shook even when still. I spoke little, avoiding the other rangers. Dobson caught me once, staring into the tree line outside the station, rifle at my side. He laid a hand on my shoulder and said, "You can't let it hollow you out, Ruiz." His voice carried something I had never heard in him before, fear. The pack did not leave me alone. Its howling dogged every patrol. I would ski across frozen rivers and hear it swelling behind me, deafening, until I stumbled in panic. I would pitch camp and find circles, waiting at dawn, intricate now, overlapping a geometry of paw prints that looked more like symbols than tracks. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, I would wake to silence and find my tent encircled by lines, scraped into the snow with claws, spirals tightening toward the flap. One morning I woke to find the prints inside my tent. Tiny, delicate, pressed into the frost along the floor, encircling my sleeping bag. My skin crawled at the thought that I had been surrounded while I slept, unaware. That day, I stopped pretending this was only wolves. I began searching for answers. I combed through ranger logs decades old, yellowed pages filled with neat handwriting. Most entries were dry: weather, animal counts, trail maintenance. But scattered between them were fragments. A ranger in 1964 who wrote of circles in the drifts. A trapper in the 1930s who described hearing phantom packs singing the air into stone. None of them wrote more than a line or two, as if admitting too much would give it power. I wondered how many of them had carried the same silence I had, unable to share what they saw. The breaking point came in March. A storm had swept in, blinding white for 3 days straight. When the skies cleared, I was assigned to check a research team's outpost near Stony Hill. They had gone quiet on the radio. I volunteered for the run, though my stomach churned at the thought of traveling alone. The ride out was brutal. Snowmobiles bogged in drifts, wind clawing at my goggles. By the time I reached the outpost, the sun was sinking. The cabin sat half, buried, its roof rimed with ice. No smoke from the chimney, no footprints. Inside, the place was silent. Supplies stacked neatly, bunks empty, notebooks left open on the table. It looked as though the researchers had simply stood up and walked out into the storm. My breath fogged in the dim light. I called their names, voice echoing. Nothing. That was when I saw the floor. Circles. Dozens of them etched into the thin frost coating the boards. Some large enough to encircle the bunks, some small, interlocking, spiraling inward. Paw prints, perfect and fresh, as if pressed by invisible weight. And at the center of the largest circle, 5 deep indentations. A hand, fingers splayed wide. I staggered back, bile rising. My boots scuffed the frost, smearing part of the circle. At once the air vibrated with howls, not outside, inside. The cabin walls shook with sound, the glass rattling in the window frames. I clamped my hands over my ears, but it did nothing. The sound was in my bones, vibrating my teeth. I stumbled outside into the night. The howling followed, bursting from every direction, layered and endless. I spun, rifle raised, eyes watering. Snow swirled in moonlight, empty, empty, empty. Yet the sound pressed closer, until I swore I could feel hot breath on my neck. Then silence. I stood panting, rifle trembling. Slowly, I looked down. The cabin was encircled. A ring of paw prints so vast it swallowed the clearing. Inside it, tighter rings nested, like ripples frozen in ice. And at the very center, where I stood, a second handprint, larger than before. The fingers gouged deep, impossibly deep, as if something had pressed down with strength beyond human. My legs gave out. I fell to my knees beside it, snow soaking through my pants. I stared at the handprint until my vision blurred, a sick certainty blooming in me. It was not wolves. It was not a pack at all. The howling was only a mask, a voice borrowed to cloak something older. Something that wanted me to understand it had hands. I don't remember the ride back. My memory is a blur of white and noise. When I stumbled into the station, Dobson caught me before I collapsed. He tried to pry the rifle from my grip, but my hands were locked stiff around it. When I finally spoke, my voice was ragged. They're not wolves. He stared at me. Then what the hell are they? I shook my head. There was no word, no shape I could give it. Only the certainty that it was watching, learning, circling closer each time. That night I dreamed, or perhaps I did not dream. I woke in my bunk to silence so complete it pressed against my eardrums. The others in the station slept, their breathing steady. I sat up, heart racing. Frost coated the floorboards. In the faint light from the window, I saw them paw prints circling my bed. And then, at the foot of the mattress, a handprint. Fingers long, claws scoring deep into the wood. I did not sleep again. I don't know how long I can continue. Each patrol brings new circles, new symbols. The howls rattle through me until my bones ache. The handprints follow me now. On snow, on wood, once even in the condensation on the mess hall window. The thing behind them is not a pack, not anything I can fight with rifle or courage. It is patient, it is deliberate, and it has chosen me. When I close my eyes, I see the circles tightening, narrowing, closing in. I fear the day when there will be no circle left to draw, only the center. only me. And when that day comes, I think the hand that presses into the snow will not leave only a print. My name is Marjorie Kent. I've worked as a park ranger in the Smoky Mountains for almost 15 years now, long enough to know the difference between what belongs out here and what doesn't. The woods have a rhythm, a language of their own. Once you spend enough nights walking beneath the hemlocks and the maples, you begin to recognize it. The crack of a branch can mean bear, the rapid thrum of wings means grouse, and the faint splash in the river after dusk usually means white-tailed deer coming down to drink. That's what I thought I was dealing with that evening. Just another sick deer. At headquarters, we'd been getting reports of unhealthy. Whitetails' ribs sticking out, patches of fur missing, sores across their backs. Could have been EHD, episodic hemorrhagic disease, or maybe the dreaded CWD, chronic wasting disease. Either way, my job was to check, document, and, if necessary, put an animal down before it could spread misery through the herd. I don't like doing it, but mercy sometimes comes in the shape of a bullet. The sun was nearly gone when I reached the Little Pigeon River. Mist crawled low to the water, rolling like steam. That's where I saw her. Alondo stood at the bank. She looked starved, body swaying like her legs could snap under her weight. Her ribs showed like cage bars through her skin. Clumps of fur were missing along her spine, and flies glimmered over raw patches of flesh. The sight made my chest tighten, but I kept my rifle steady. Better a clean end than slow suffering. I raised the barrel, lined up the bead sight, and froze. She lifted her head. I've looked into the eyes of countless deer before. Always that same amber glow, the way their eyes shine back orange when you hit them with a flashlight. But these eyes weren't like that. They weren't animal at all. They were human, wet, glimmering with tears. I swear to God I saw the tears fall. They caught the fading light as they slid down the rough, patchy fur on her face. And the way she looked at me, wide, terrified, begging, was the way a person looks at their executioner. My breath caught in my throat. The rifle trembled against my shoulder. Then her mouth opened. A deer should bleat a short, sharp cry. But what came out of her was nothing like that. It was a sob. A choking human sob. It didn't echo across the river like an animal cry should. It sank straight into me, like the sound was being poured directly into my chest. I almost dropped the gun. The doe stumbled forward into the water. The river hissed around her hooves, boiling in little pockets, bubbling like it was full of rot. Her reflection warped in the current. It didn't show a deer. It showed faces, dozens of pale human faces rippling in the water, opening their mouths in silent screams. One of them was mine. I took a step back, my boot crunching on gravel. I blinked hard, trying to shake it, but when I looked again, the doe was gone. Vanished. The water had gone flat, calm as glass. No splash, no ripple, nothing. I stood there, shaking so badly the rifle nearly slipped from my grip. My hands wouldn't stop trembling. I forced myself to radio it in, keep my voice steady. Unit 3, checking the Little Pigeon sector. Possible EHD case. Might need additional follow-up tomorrow. The dispatcher confirmed. For just a second, beneath the static, I thought I heard something else. A soft, muffled sob. I didn't mention that part. I didn't mention the eyes, either. Or the voices in the river. You don't last long in this job if you start reporting ghosts. I bagged what little evidence I had. A clump of hair, I'd found snagged in the gravel, strangely coarse, like a cross between deer fur and human hair. There was even something sharp tangled in it. Looked like a baby tooth, white and perfect, the size of a child's. I sealed it in a specimen bag with hands that wouldn't stay steady. The ride back to my cabin was a blur. The woods pressed against the Jeep from both sides, shadows thickening with the night. By the time I reached home, the air had grown colder, and the silence felt wrong, heavier than it should have been. I set the bagged evidence on the steel counter in my cabin's workroom, intending to examine it under the microscope later. But my nerves were fried. I kept hearing that sob in my head, circling, catching in my ribs. I made coffee, hoping the bitterness would clear me. Instead, as I sat at the table, I noticed condensation forming on the window pane. It hadn't rained. The night was clear, but the glass was fogging over from the outside. A faint word appeared, drawn into the fog by a wet fingertip. Please. The handwriting was crooked, childlike. I stood so fast my chair screeched against the floor. My rifle was by the door. I grabbed it, flicked on my flashlight, and yanked open the door. No one there, just the woods. But the window still had that word written on. When I turned back, and as I stepped closer, another word began to form, dragging itself slowly into the fog, as though an invisible hand pressed against the glass. Please help. My heart hammered so hard it hurt. Then came the sound. A clicking, gentle at first, then harder. Tap. Tap, tap. Not from the door. From the window. I swung the light toward it. And there, pressed against the glass, was the doe. Her face was inches away. Skin split and fur matted, eyes wide, human, wet with tears. And when her jaw opened, I saw them. Rows of tiny, uneven teeth crowding her mouth. Baby teeth. Too many to fit. They scraped against the glass as she pressed them down, making that tapping sound. My scream caught in my throat. I blinked, and she was gone. The window was empty. The fog lingered. The words still shone in the beam of my flashlight. Please help. I backed away, rifle raised, until I felt the counter behind me. My hand brushed the bag with the clump of hair inside, and in the silence, I thought I heard whispers rising out of it. Small, broken voices like children crying through water. That was when I realized something awful. The deer wasn't sick. It was carrying something. Something human. Something that wanted me. Sleep didn't come that night. I tried. But every time I closed my eyes, I heard that sound again, the sob of a child tangled inside an animal's throat. I'd jolt awake, sweating, my ears straining for it in the cabin walls. By 3 a.m, I gave up. I went back to the workroom, flicked on the overhead lamp, and sat down with the evidence bag. The clump of fur and hair sat inside the plastic, motionless, innocent. But I couldn't forget the whispers I thought I heard when I touched it. I told myself it was stress, hallucination, fatigue after too many hours in the field. I've had long nights before, but this was different. This clung. I slit the bag open and pulled out the sample with a pair of tweezers. Up close, the clump was worse. The deer fur was coarse and hollow, just like it should be, but the strands mixed into it were unmistakably human. Long, thin, blondish, brown. I knew human hair when I saw it. And then there was the tooth. It gleamed white under the lamp, small enough to fit on the pad of my finger. A baby tooth. There was no question. It even had that little root edge where it had fallen loose. What the hell was a child's tooth doing? Tangled in the hide of a sick deer. I brought the sample under my old microscope. The glass slide trembled as my hands shook, but I steadied it. Through the lens, the truth wasn't any kinder. The hair follicles were human, no doubt. The tooth showed faint bite marks across the edge, as though something had been chewing on it before it came loose. My stomach turned. I logged everything, photographed it, sealed it back into a bag. On paper, I kept my notes clinical. Possible contamination of sample. Cross-species presence. Further analysis required. But in my private journal, I wrote what I actually felt. Something is wrong in these woods. Very wrong. I made more coffee, strong enough to strip paint. That was when the radio crackled. I hadn't touched it. It sat on the counter. Switched off. But the speaker hissed alive, white static filling the room. Hello. My voice broke the silence before I realized I was answering. At first there was nothing. Then, beneath the static, a sound seeped through. A sob, soft, wet, a child's voice. I froze, my skin crawling as if every hair on my body was standing at once. The sob turned into a single word. Drawn out. Fragile. Mama. The radio went dead. I knocked it off the counter with a sweep of my hand. It clattered to the floor, the static silenced. My chest heaved. My mind screamed at me to call it in, but what would I even say? That a deer left me a tooth and a voice on the radio. I'd be on forced leave by sunrise. I forced myself to calm down, telling myself over and over that I needed sleep. That stress can make you hear things. But deep down I knew it wasn't stress, because I had heard that exact voice before. 4 years ago, during the Lyons Fork flood, we lost a mother and child in the river. Their car had been swept off the road and into the current. We searched for days, combined the banks, dragged the water. We never found their bodies. But in the final phone call, recorded by dispatch, the little girl had cried out for her mother before the line cut. It was the same voice. I didn't sleep. I sat in the cabin with the lights on, the rifle across my lap, waiting for the dawn. By morning, the forest outside looked normal again. Bright sun, birds calling. If I hadn't seen the writing on the glass or heard the voice, I might have believed it was just another night. But the words were still there on the fogged window. Faded, but visible. Please help. I drove to the station as soon as I could. Orlando, one of the younger rangers, met me inside. He was chewing gum, leaning on the radio desk. Rough night, he asked when he saw my face. Could say that. He grinned. You hear that weird transmission too? Middle of the night, I thought the line picked up some kid crying. Gave me the creeps. The words stopped me cold. So it wasn't just me, I said. He shrugged. Probably interference. Storm cells bouncing signals. Nothing serious. I wanted to believe him, but I knew better. I showed him the sample bag. Look at this. He peered at the tooth inside. What the hell? Looks human. It is. Orlando frowned. Where'd you get it? From the deer I saw last night. He laughed, waiting for me to tell him I was joking. When I didn't, the smile faded. You should take that to the lab in Asheville, he said quietly. Get real tests done. I nodded. But I didn't mention the eyes, or the sob, or the faces in the river. Some things you can't share until you're sure they won't make you sound insane. That day passed in a haze. Paperwork, patrol, reports. The woods looked the same, but I couldn't shake the sense of being watched. Every time the wind rustled leaves, I thought I heard that sob again, carried low under the sound. By dusk, I was back at my cabin. I told myself I'd stay inside, keep the doors locked. But when darkness settled and the river's hiss reached my ears, I knew I couldn't. Something wanted me at the water. I strapped on my sidearm, took my flashlight, and walked down to the riverbank. The air was colder than it should have been, sharp enough to sting my throat. Mist clung low, wrapping around the trees. I called out, my voice trembling. "Who's there?" Silence. Then, ripples. The river stirred. Tiny bubbles rose to the surface, breaking in slow pops. My beam caught something pale drifting upward. At first I thought it was driftwood. It was hair. Long strands of pale hair floated to the surface, swirling like weeds. They curled around my boots in the shallows, tugging as if fingers beneath the water were winding them tight. I stumbled back, kicking free. That was when I saw her, not the doe. A child's face surfaced, pale and waterlogged, eyes open wide. Her lips moved silently, bubbles spilling between them. I staggered backward, nearly dropping the light. Then she sank again without a ripple. I ran. Back in the cabin, I locked the doors, heart hammering. The evidence bag was still on the counter. The tooth inside gleamed faintly in the lamplight. And then, slowly, impossibly, it began to rattle against the plastic. Tick. Like it was trying to gnaw its way out. I snatched it up, ready to throw it into the fire, when the radio on the counter lit again. Static, then a whisper. "Bring it back." I dropped the bag, stumbled against the wall. My breath ragged. Voices layered over one another, children's voices, whispering in unison. "Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back." The lights flickered. The air turned icy. And for the first time in years, I was truly, completely afraid that I wasn't going to survive the night. The whispers didn't stop when the sun came up. I'd managed maybe an hour of restless sleep on the cabin floor, the rifle beside me, the evidence bag shoved under an overturnel. Pot like that could contain it. But even through the thin veil of dozing, I heard them. A chorus of little voices, rising and falling like water trickling over rocks. "Bring it back. Bring it back." By morning, the voices had faded into the ordinary sounds of the forest. Wind, birdsong, the steady rush of the river. But my nerves were still raw, my body trembling like I'd been awake for days. I needed answers. So I went to see Old Man Harris. Everyone in the district knew him. Half recluse, half local historian. He'd lived on the edge of the park for 70 years, in a house that looked like it grew from the mountain itself. If there were old stories about these woods, he would know them. When I knocked, the door creaked open, just enough for his lined face to peer out. He squinted at me like I was just another bureaucrat come to waste his time. "You look like hell, Ranger," he said. "Morning to you too, Harris," I muttered. "I need to ask about something. About the river." That got his attention. He opened the door wider and waved me in. The place smelled of cedar and pipe smoke. Dusty shelves sagged with books, old hunting trophies, jars of dried herbs. "What about the river?" he asked, lowering himself into a chair that looked older than me. I told him everything. Well, almost everything. I left out the tooth rattling on its own and the words on the window. But I described the doe, her human eyes, the sob, the faces in the water. For a long time he didn't speak, just smoked the pipe, ember glowing red in the dim light. Finally, he said, "You ever hear of the crying deer?" I shook my head. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "Old Cherokee tale. Don't know how much is myth and how much is memory. They say the river has a spirit, mother of lost children. When little ones drowned or went missing, she took their souls, kept them from wandering. But sometimes she got greedy, started taking more than was hers. Hunters saw deer wandering the banks at night, their eyes not their own. Human eyes. Mothers said they heard their lost children crying in the woods. They called it the crying deer, because if you followed the sound, you didn't come back. I swallowed hard. What did it want? He shrugged. What all grieving mothers want? What was taken from them? The words stuck in my head, bring it back. I thought about the bag sealed in my cabin, a tooth inside, a piece of someone taken by the river. What happens if you don't bring it back? I asked. His eyes hardened. Then the river comes for you. Piece by piece. I left his cabin with my skin crawling, every instinct screaming that I should have burned that sample last night, but I couldn't. Because if Harris was right, maybe returning it was the only way to stop this. Back at my cabin, I unsealed the bag. The clump of fur and hair slid onto the counter, the little tooth gleaming like it was waiting for me. The voices were louder now. Not whispers anymore, but a faint chorus that seemed to seep from the walls. Bring it back, they said. I grabbed the bag, stuffed it in my jacket pocket, and marched toward the river. The woods were unnaturally still. No birds, no wind. Just the crunch of my boots and the distant hiss of water. Every shadow between the trees seemed deeper, thicker, like something was hiding in them. When I reached the bank, the mist was already waiting, curling low over the water. I pulled out the tooth, held it over the river. My hand shook. Here, I whispered. I'm giving it back. I dropped it into the current. It disappeared with barely a splash. The hair followed, the fur. The water swallowed it all. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the river bubbled, frothing like something massive had stirred beneath. My chest seized with cold. Faces bloomed across the surface again, pale, mournful, dozens of them rising in rippling patterns. Children, women, men, all staring. One face pushed higher than the rest, a little girl, blonde hair plastered to her skull, eyes wide and drowned. Mama, she mouthed. I stumbled back. I can't not. The water surged. Hands broke the surface, pale and many, reaching. They didn't grab me this time. They pointed upstream, toward the deeper bend of the river. Then, just as suddenly, the water stilled. The faces sank. The message was clear. I followed. The river's path twisted between black pines, the banks steep and slick. My boots slid on mud, but I kept moving, flashlight beam bobbing ahead. Every so often, I caught glimpses in the trees. A shadow with antlers, eyes glinting, always watching. When I reached the bend, the smell hit me first. Sweet and foul, like rotting meat. Then the sight. A deer carcass lay sprawled in the shallows. Its ribs jutted like knives, the hide eaten away. But its head was wrong. The skull was human. Smooth brow, sockets empty. Rows of baby teeth grinned where a deer's muzzle should have been. I gagged, covering my mouth. The thing looked stitched together by nightmare. Behind me, branches snapped. I spun, light swinging through the mist. The doe stood there, the same one, alive, watching me with those human, tear-filled eyes. Her chest heaved like she was sobbing silently. I raised the rifle. My hands shook. Stay back, I whispered. She stepped closer. Water dripped from her hide, though she hadn't touched the river. Her mouth opened, that too, wide jaw splitting, and the sobs came out again. Layered, broken, the cries of children and mothers tangled together. I pulled the trigger. The shot cracked through the valley, echoing off the trees. The doe staggered, collapsed. But when I approached, heart pounding, the body was gone. Only the sound of the river remained, rushing steady, carrying my bullet downstream. And then, faintly, beneath the roar of the current, I heard the voices again. Not enough. The words chilled me to the bone. Because I realized something then. Returning the tooth hadn't satisfied the river. It wanted more. It wanted everything it had lost. And it wasn't going to stop until it got it. The shot should have ended it. That's what I told myself as the echo faded through the valley, as the river swallowed the sound. A deer drops when you hit it right. Always. But when I found no body, only the current rushing steady, I knew nothing about this was natural. Back at my cabin, I bolted the door and sat at the table with my rifle across my knees. The silence was heavy. The kind of silence that feels like someone is holding their breath in the next room. I thought maybe I'd sleep, maybe exhaustion would smother the terror. But when I closed my eyes, I saw the faces in the water. Pale, wide-eyed. The girl with blonde hair, her mouth opening and closing with that single word. Mama, and worse. I heard them again. This time not in the river, in the cabin. Whispers seeped through the floorboards, rising from the wood itself. Not enough. I pressed my palms to my ears, but the voices burrowed through, threading into my skull. Louder, layered. Children crying, women wailing, men groaning. A chorus of grief and rage. The overhead light flickered, buzzed, went out. And then I saw it in the corner. The doe. Her body was wrong now, her legs too long, bending at angles they shouldn't. Her hide sagged like wet cloth, dripping water onto the floorboards. Ice-wide, human, brimming with tears. She stepped forward, hooves thudding heavy, and every sob she let out made the windows tremble. I raised the rifle, but the voices drowned my thoughts. Not enough. Bring them back. The doe opened her mouth, and a flood of tiny teeth spilled out, clattering onto the floor, bouncing across the wood like hail. I screamed, stumbling back, boots crunching on them. They were baby teeth. Dozens. Hundreds. The doe lunged. I fired. The blast tore through her head, spraying mist and splintering bone. But the body didn't fall. It split. The hide peeled open like wet paper, and from inside spilled pale arms, dozens of them, small and writhing. Children's arms. They reached across the floor, grabbing at my boots, my legs, my hands. Cold as river stone. Strong as iron. They dragged me down. I kicked, fought, ripped free, and bolted out the door into the night. My flashlight beam cut across the trees, the mist curling thicker than ever. The voices followed, echoing from everywhere. Bring them back. Bring them back. The river called me. I knew it. The sound of rushing water thundered louder than it ever should have, like the current had swollen into a flood just for me. I ran toward it. The bank was alive with movement. Figures rose from the water. Children, women, men, their bodies half, rotted, skin pale and dripping. Their eyes glowed faintly in the dark, and their mouths opened in unison. Bring them back. I dropped to my knees at the edge of the water, gasping, the rifle slipping from my hands.
I don't have anything else!
I screamed. I gave you the tooth, the hair. What else do you want? The river answered with faces. The blonde girl surfaced again, closer this time, water streaming from her hair. She raised a hand toward me, small and pale. Her lips moved. Not enough. One must stay. The others echoed, their voices a tidal wave. One must stay. One must stay. Cold tore through my chest. They didn't want tokens. They wanted a body, a life, mine. The dew appeared on the opposite bank, antlers rising like broken trees from her skull. She stared across the water at me, sobbing, her human eyes fixed on mine. Her mouth opened wide, and through the sobs came words at last. You failed her. I knew who she meant. The flood. The little girl and her mother I hadn't been fast enough to save.
I tried.
I shouted, tears burning my eyes. I tried. I couldn't reach them in time. The doe stepped into the water. The current didn't move her. She walked straight across as though the river bent beneath her hooves. Her face was inches from mine before I could move. Those eyes swallowed me, filled with every ounce of grief I'd buried for 4 long years. The voices roared. One must stay. Her mouth opened again, teeth shifting, reshaping until they weren't baby teeth anymore. They were mine. My own crooked incisors, my molars, my scarred gum line. She was wearing my mouth. And then she lunged. I fell backward, scrambling, her weight crushing me into the mud. Her sobs blasted against my ears. A hurricane of grief, of children crying, mothers wailing. My chest burned as icy water surged into my lungs. I thought that was it. I thought the river had me. But as my head dipped beneath the surface, as the world blurred, I saw the blonde girl again. She was beside me, her small face calm now, her eyes soft. She reached out, not to pull me under, but to push me up. I broke the surface, coughing, gasping. The doe was gone. The river was calm again, flowing steady beneath the stars. The voices had fallen silent. I staggered to my feet, drenched, shaking, staring into the water. The girl's face lingered just beneath the surface, her hair fanned out like riverweed. She mouthed one last word, enough, and then she was gone. The current rolled on, ordinary again. No faces, no whispers. I collapsed on the bank, shivering, too weak to move. Dawn came slowly, painting the trees in pale light, but I couldn't look away from the river, because I knew it wasn't finished. It had taken enough, for now. But the Smoky Mountains are full of rivers, full of stories, full of the lost. And one day, when the water rises again, the crying deer will walk the banks, and the voices will return. And when they do, someone else will have to answer. I just pray it isn't me.